You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipedes. You finna find out. Screw those that's kin to me. Let me find out. Get the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do this till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or it's a porn store with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and work in the factory. Whatever I do, I'ma do it happily. I'm tired of these rappers too, they do it tackily. That's why I'm here, I'm the shit this year. We gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something you can feel. When shit's fucked up, gon' drop a tear. I'ma pull my pants up, grab another beer. Rap's messed up and I don't have no fear. Attack the chest up, it's a grown man in here. Ask you little chaps, what have you done in the field? Throw your sets up, let them know you're still here. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yo, you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yeah, bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. Bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemies, yo, let me find out.
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? We're back. We're back. Thank y'all for joining me again. You know we want you to be an activist. Go out there in your community, find something that isn't right, and try your best at fixing it. And on this channel, we try to educate, entertain, and ignite fires. That's what we do. So today we're gonna talk about abortion because they passed the damn abortion thing in Texas, and we live in Texas, so we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the prison industrial complex. I've been meaning to get to that, but I keep missing it. We're gonna talk about how who benefited from like the pandemic and the Afghan war, like monetarily. We'll talk about that. We're gonna talk about China's attack on tech. I was supposed to get to that in the last video and I didn't. So we should have a few guests coming in later. At least one. I'm trying to get female. I don't get enough females on my channel, so that kind of sucks, but it is what it is, y'all. But this particular subject, I would love to have a female's perspective. So if there's any females out there listening right now or whatever, you know, I'd love for you to jump in and give your point of view, because we're talking about, you know, the name of this video is Women's Rights is Human's Rights. So that's how I feel. So we try to break everything down into pieces, and that's how things get lost. We need to look at all that stuff as human rights, because it is, you know, and then that way we can understand things better, and we can come up with better policies for everyone. You know, I think that when we put people into groups and then we try to make policy specific for those groups, then that's where things get all complicated. We can simplify everything and put all that under human rights. Anyways, so I got a video to update everyone on the new law in Texas. So check it out.
We're beginning with the major news from the U.S. Supreme Court, which on Wednesday refused to halt a Texas law that bans most abortions, ruling 5-4 the law can remain in effect even while legal challenges against it continue. The ruling is the court's biggest break yet from the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade ruling that legalized abortion nationwide. Chief Justice John Roberts joined the court's 3 liberal justices in their dissent, with Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing, quote, "The court should not be so content to ignore its constitutional obligations to protect not only the rights of women, but also the sanctity of its precedents and of the rule of law," she wrote. All 5 of the justices who allowed the abortion ban to stay in effect were appointed by Republican presidents, 3 of them by Donald Trump. President Biden said the Texas law, quote, blatantly violates the constitutional right to abortion enshrined in Roe v. Wade. It is the most restrictive anti-choice law in the nation, barring abortions about 6 weeks into a pregnancy before many people even know they're pregnant. There's no exception for rape or incest. The law also allows anyone in Texas to sue patients, medical workers, a cab driver, or even a patient's family or friends who, quote, aid and abet an abortion. Texas clinics say they've had to cancel most of their appointments since the law took effect Wednesday. Providers say at least 85% of abortions they performed are now outlawed. For more, we're going back to Nancy Northup, president and CEO of the Center for Constitutional Rights. Nancy, we spoke to you yesterday. Welcome back. Talk about the significance of what came down once again just before midnight last night.
Well, we got the order from the court, which you summarized, which was a 5-4 decision allowing this law in Texas to stay in place. We are absolutely devastated. I mean, the inaction of the court not stepping in to block this unconstitutional law means that it will be in effect in Texas for the foreseeable future. Yes, the litigation still goes on, but unfortunately, the Court of Appeals, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, denied our request to hear in an expedited way. The states appealed to that court, and so we are stuck in this limbo. But you know what? People in this country, we should not be stuck. You know who can fix this? The United States Congress can fix this. The Women's Health Protection Act has been introduced in every Congress since 2013, and right now, the House of Representatives has enough votes to pass it. 48 senators are on it in the Senate, and it is time for a drumbeat to say to Congress, the court has let us down. You need to step in. The Women's Health Protection Act. That's what needs to be on the lips of everybody who supports abortion rights in this country, because we can fix this.
We don't hear Nermeen. Let me ask a question, and we're going to get Nermeen's mic going. Can you talk about the role of Chief Justice Roberts?
Yes, it was so important. The Chief Justice did join the 3 other liberal justices in a dissent. He was clear that the status quo should be maintained, that Texas's law should not go into effect while these legal issues are being worked out. He didn't go as far as the other justices who talked about how clearly unconstitutional this law is, but he was very clear that the right thing to do here is to keep the law from going into effect while the legal battle goes on.
And Nancy, can you explain what the legal challenges are to the ban at the moment and what prospects you think those legal challenges hold?
Well, absolutely. The law is clearly unconstitutional because every court who's looked at a 6-week ban has stopped it. The Supreme Court has been clear for more than 50 years. What Texas did was very sneaky, as Justice Sotomayor put so well in her opinion. They tried to evade court review by deputizing, people in the state, basically anti-choice activists, to enforce the ban themselves through suing, doctors, through suing clinic workers, through suing people who support people who have an abortion by driving them or loaning them money. And so, that issue is the one that, I would say very disingenuously, the majority of the Supreme Court said, well, these are complicated legal issues. We have to work them through. They're not complicated. The law denies women in Texas the ability to get an abortion. And that was granted in 1973 in a case from Texas, and has been the law ever since. So, but that is what, Texas, by saying we're not enforcing the law, we're going to give it to individual citizens to be vigilantes. That's what the court is saying is a complicated, unsettled case and why they didn't issue the injunction. But again, as the Chief Justice said, you keep things in place while you're looking at those legal issues. And while the other justices said clearly, Sotomayor, Kagan, Breyer, it is clearly an unconstitutional law. And they basically just rewarded Texas for doing something sneaky.
And if you can explain once again, as you did yesterday, for those who aren't up on this law, the significant, what they did, how they evaded the state, and who now can sue and who can be sued.
Yeah, it's absolutely frightening. So Texas said, we're not going to enforce the law because they knew it would be struck down in a nanosecond. What they said is that any person can sue an individual who assists a woman or a pregnant person having an abortion after 6 weeks, which of course is when most of the abortions, 85, 90%, take place in Texas. So they basically said you can, Amy, if you drove someone to a clinic in Texas, right, I could sue you. I get a bounty of $10,000, plus you're going to pay my attorney's fees. Plus, even if you drove someone to an abortion in Dallas, I can sue you and harass you by suing you in Houston and making you appear in court in Houston or El Paso or the Rio Grande Valley or wherever I feel like suing you, even though you never stepped foot in any of those areas.
And you have nothing to do with the person, the pregnant person perhaps, who is going for an abortion, you, the person who decides to sue.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to know who they are. You can just be a person who every day goes outside the clinic, yelling and screaming and trying to stop women from getting abortions. And in fact, that was at Whole Women's Health, who is the lead plaintiff in this case, at their clinic in Fort Worth on Tuesday night, when they were providing services right up into the deadline, there were anti-choice activists outside the clinic. When it got dark, they were shining their lights, into the parking lot. Very intimidating behavior. And these are the people who are now empowered to harass and sue, all over the state of Texas. It's absolutely an abomination. And for 5 justices of the Supreme Court to act like this is business as usual, we've got some procedural issues here, some complicated issues, we're not going to decide. It is as if Texas said, we're going to deny women the right to vote, but we're not going to enforce it. We're going to let individuals, say, you drove me to the polls, or you told her where the polling place was. And then the Supreme Court said, well, we can't decide this issue because we don't know. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you can't do that. Right? It's the same thing. Deny someone the right to vote, deny someone the right to have an abortion. They are both constitutionally protected, and the Supreme Court has stood by to do nothing.
Hey.
What up, bro?
What's good?
Man. I don't know what to say about that. Bro.
Yeah,
I heard that.
What you think about it?
Yeah, I heard that, man. Hey, man. Personally, bro, okay. Personally, you know where this comes from, right? All things like this start happening for lack of accountability, bro. That's the first thing that I thought about. It's lack of accountability. Yeah, that's why the government feels like they can do that. Think about our society and our women are free, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're free. They're free to do whatever the hell they want, however the hell they want, whenever the hell they want, which is good. It's a human being. You should be. If you compare this to every other country, you kind of see where I'm going with that? Like, for real. Compare that to other countries, man. They don't have all these liberals, and they don't got that. So,
well, in Texas, they got a lot less right now.
man, crap. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like I said, I'm what do you want me to say?
I know.
Like, good God.
It's a very complex subject. It's like no matter
It
what
is.
comment you make, somebody's gonna hate you. You know what I mean? Because people are on one side or the other of this, and it's like if you're on one side, they hate the other side. You know, so if I get on here and say I'm pro-choice, half the people listening gonna be mad. If I get on here and say I'm pro-life, then half the people listening gonna be mad.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Light glaring. Hold on, my bad. All right. Yeah, man. It's kind of why I really don't have an opinion on it. Like, to be honest, I couldn't possibly give those women the answers. Like, I'm not gonna even lie to you. But I know I know where it stems from.
I like that comment
because
I think that women should be the ones who kind of, you know, like a panel of women, you know, help the woman decide. And then they can say no or yay or something like that. You know, some kind of like panel of female judges, they're friends or something. And then they can be like, girl, you know, you need to go on and have that baby. Or they be like, girl, you know you don't need to have that baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But dude, they don't do that.
Either way,
they don't do that, bro.
If it's men telling them, then it's just like, you know, it's like
it's worse. It's worse, bro. It's worse. Yeah. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm on that one. I'm gonna do my best to keep it clean. It probably does make it worse because it's men determining what women are doing with their bodies, and you don't know what it's like, bro. You don't know what it's like. And I can only speak from my side as far as being married for the time that I was married. I can only speak from that side. You don't know what it's like. You can't dictate. Okay, you can't dictate something for somebody that you've never been through. It's like, how in the hell are you gonna tell them like what the hell they gonna do and shit like that? That goes back to what I was saying earlier, man. It's like liberals, bro. That's all I can say. I don't know. You can't tell people what to do with a situation you have no idea, bro.
It's so many people just be saying that, like how you said liberals. And I bet you a lot of people listening knew exactly what you didn't have to say anything else.
Hey man, like,
oh, I'm your mommy. Let me help you. You have to pee in the potty.
Yeah.
Okay? Let me take you to the potty.
Yeah. No, man. The hell's going? Fucking goddamn, bro. Fuck. Yeah, man. Yeah, but so on that point, man. Shit. I can only I want to say it is what it is, but that makes me sound like a prick. It's just that there's nothing that I can there's nothing I can think about. There's nothing that I could.
Well, women in Texas are gonna be driving to Canada or Mexico or I don't know, whatever other state they can get to do them. That's what's gonna be happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's gonna make it more expensive. And guess who's gonna pay? Probably you.
You. You damn sure right. God damn, man. I don't. What else you got for me, man? Good God.
Well, we got a lot of stuff. What you want to talk about? What's on your
heart,
man?
I'm open-minded right now. I'm open-minded.
Yeah, like I say,
I'm just open-minded. As far as that goes, like, Jesus. Shit, I don't believe in Jesus. Mm.
What do you think about Afghanistan, all that shit? Well, just
Oh yeah.
What's been on your heart? Like, how you feel about things in the world?
Like, so as far as Afghanistan, so I was talking to my family today, and she was like, "Oh yeah, they're flying them into America." And it's like, oh, okay, well, it's stuff like the last subject, man. It's like big shit here too. You know? And we've been in countries for shit as long as I can remember. It's like I can remember from the last damn war started.
You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up. I think I lost you. People don't charge their phone and stuff before they get on. You would think it would be common sense.
Wall Street English once sold private tutoring sessions to Chinese students keen to improve through extra study. Now, it's one of more than 1,000 companies forced to close their doors following sweeping new education regulations. Tutoring companies can no longer teach compulsory school subjects, teach during school hours, nor earn a profit. Thousands of foreign tutors like Catherine Peterson have suddenly found themselves redundant. The American has taught English and critical thinking skills in China for 5 years.
This is going to impact the industry a lot, and especially now with COVID, it's so hard for foreigners to come into the country too. I think it might mean a huge downsizing of the industry.
Many parents invested in tutors to help their children boost their results in hyper-competitive exams known as Gaokao that they need to pass to get into universities. But many say China's tutoring industry that was once worth an estimated $140 billion is now decimated. Chen Yusha lost her job as an administrator in one of China's biggest tutoring companies and is now struggling to find work.
Because of the huge demand, this industry was booming, but it put a lot of pressure on parents because extra tutoring is not cheap.
The Chinese government hopes its crackdown on private tutoring will reduce the cost of raising a child and ease pressure on families. China's birth rate is slowing, and authorities are desperately trying to encourage couples to have more children. But analysts say this isn't the only goal. Authorities also want to encourage investment in more innovative areas of China's IT industries to create greater competition with high-tech companies in the West.
Amazon is investing heavily in space technology. Elon Musk is conquering Mars. But those IT giants in China, they're making money off parents' anxieties.
But some worry that the government ban may just lead to a black market in private tutoring.
Just because the government has banned or is trying to cut back on a certain kind of education, I don't think that will stop parents from trying to pursue it.
The government says it's offering support to thousands of people affected by the measures, but that may not be enough to help all of those reeling from the shock of seeing their teaching career in China suddenly at an end. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Yay, you back?
Yeah, my internet blinked. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What'd you think about that? It's like,
okay.
I think China's ahead of the United States in a lot of ways because, you know, in the past, China wasn't with the capitalism thing, and then they kind of jumped on board with the capitalism thing, and then they kind of took their experiment of a nation into a certain direction. And then I think that we are now following behind them. I think that they're ahead of us in the direction that we're kind of going in. And, you know, these tech companies are, you know, exploiting people and their monopolies. So in China, they're trying to limit them. You know, I think that's going to happen here at some point. It's going to have to. Google needs to get bust up. Facebook needs to get broken up, you know, so forth and so on. What'd you think about all that?
I saw another video where you kind of touched on like what's happening in China right now. And I commented on that video, and I was like, check your tags. Check the tags on your clothes, man. It's like, I'm not gonna get on the Trump, but because that shit was in my personal opinion, it was a debacle. You know, make America great and all of this, dude. The relations with China and the U.S. and as far as how do we let me put it this way: we need China.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not. Let's put it that way. Nobody fucking wants to hear that. I'm sorry for cursing, but nobody wants to hear that. But you need China. China goes. Watch how much if disappear off the face of this earth. Watch how much shit disappear here. What do you think we're manufacturing here?
We don't manufacture shit, and we having a whole bunch of problems right now because, you know, since Trump and the like embargo with China, the little thing he did, it's kind of been going still with Biden. Biden hasn't lifted that stuff. It's still going, and that's why we're missing a lot of stuff off the shelves right now. We're missing a lot of stuff, and the supply lines are busted. There's all kinds of problems. I should show a video, but there's ships off the coast of California, you know, the container ships. And I don't remember the number. It's a large number, like I think 100 of them out there waiting to come in because, you know, somebody got COVID on the ship or something like that, and they're not letting them bank. So, you know, they're circling out there, and that is fucking up a lot of people. And the thing is, what it's gonna hurt the small businesses a lot because these people are relying on these shipments. They ordered their early shipments for the Christmas holiday and other holidays that's coming up really soon. So that's what thing that's scary too. It's like the globalists. I'm gonna talk about this in the video because I got some videos. The big companies are making a lot of money off of these things being fucked up, and the small companies are getting smushed.
Yeah, corporate America. The mom and pop shops, which should get the funding because you know it's harder to sustain those kind of businesses. It's way harder. They don't have like sister and brother companies. So when you start going into corporate and stuff, I actually don't understand why like the major corporations get the bailouts before the smaller, you know, like you see what like that.
It makes zero sense, and I don't understand.
Exactly, yes.
But I think that most people are just not paying attention. They don't understand, you know, what's happening. You get what I'm saying,
bro? I don't do the hey, they walking blind no more. No, bro, they know. You know what's happening. So yeah, it takes somebody to speak up about those kind of things. It's like, no, you're not blind, bro. You can clearly see this. You're choosing to turn your back to certain things like that because I don't know whether it benefits them. You see what I'm saying? And you know damn well if something benefits somebody, they're gonna turn their damn backs. It's just human society. It's what they do. It is exactly what they do. So when stuff like that happens, and you got GM getting bailed out while this corner store that's privately owned takes care of half of the damn community, but you're gonna bail out. Let's just say Walmart. I'm gonna say Walmart because everybody knows Walmart, but you know damn well Walmart ain't gonna need no bailout.
Yeah, but that's what happens. The bailouts go to the people who don't need it. Look how many restaurants went out of business that ain't came back since COVID happened.
Bro, I was just talking about this today. Yeah, they ain't came back, and you know what those restaurants owners did? They started taking tips from their servers. They started taking money out of the servers' pockets. Yeah, some of my a lot of my homeboys lost jobs. I got lucky. You know what I'm saying? I got lucky. Yeah, but that whole damn time, like people was like, yeah, man, I lost my job and the restaurant's closed, and I'm like, well, are they doing anything? He's like, yeah, they took my money. They took my last paycheck. I'm like, are you serious? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, I'm putting up all the paperwork, but they still lose. The small person still loses because The restaurant, that even them, they have more money than us. So it's a trickle down effect, man. So
everybody fucked except for the big, huge companies.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, the pandemic was bad.
What's going on, Pat? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I think better than last night.
Yeah, you was tired.
Yeah, man.
That's
so
all
what's
right.
popping? Well, I hear y'all talking. Sounds interesting.
What? Oh, well, we was talking about. I played a video
about the China,
yeah,
and their population and all that.
Right, yeah. And then they're what they're doing is because they feel like they want to stimulate the growth of the family, so they want to take pressure off of the family, so that hopefully people will choose to have more kids. Right, make it less expensive and less stressful for the family, and keep from the tech companies attacking people and feeding off of them. You know, so that's what they're doing in China. A lot of people are mad about it. I think it's a good idea. These tech companies need to be checked, and we need to. It's cost so much. Why does daycare cost so much? Why does I mean, I know Pat. The whole list of things that it costs to raise a child is kind of an incentive to not have a child, right? And then the whole thing is we just passed the abortion thing, and it's basically illegal to have an abortion in Texas after the heartbeat. So what is that saying about our society? It's kind of like, you forcing them to have the baby, yet you putting all these super extra pressures on them in taxes, because it's really not fair to the parent. A parent has a much harder time to make it in the world. And I can't speak about the rest of the world, but here in the United States, one child is something, but 2, 3, 4. The more, that's why people look at other people and be like, damn, look, they got 5 damn kids. What the hell is wrong with them? It's like, how the hell do they do it? So what you think, Pat? All of that. That's summarized pretty much.
Well, it's kind of hard to say. I don't know so much about the economy in China. I mean, I know they're second to us with the GDP, but I can speak for America for certain that because of, just like what y'all were just speaking about with the whole, fund, giving all these big companies money, like they made the most money, like a lot of the top tier companies, the top 5, the top 10 companies in probably the world, but definitely here in this country, they get money for just existing, and the people are going to suffer because the inflation is going up, because like how many trillions of dollars they gave out in 1 year, like
it's ridiculous.
It's going to be crazy. And so they get all of this free money, then they also are making money hand over foot, because like we're steadily clearing out the stores during the pandemic. Like anytime they get a shutdown, then it's like, oh, everybody go in. And
Amazon had a good year, Walmart had a great year. Yeah.
So I mean, I guess it kind of, because you were saying something about the tech companies. How's the involvement there? Because where's the tie-in there?
China's take on it is that their tech companies are feeding on the family in a bunch of different ways. Like one of the things they're doing is they telling the kids they can only play video games a certain number of hours a week. And again, that's an attack on the tech company, because the tech company makes money off of those kids playing those video games all week. You know what I'm saying?
You could say that, but you still have to factor in that because they do that, and because it's monitored. Like look at us. Like when I was growing up, I wasn't forced to go outside, but you go outside, you go play, you socialize. This day and age, man, everybody's PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4. You in the house damn near 100% of the time. So the difference with China doing that also makes them. I'm looking for the right word, so I don't, like this.
Totalitarian. I think that's what you're trying to say. Totalitarian, like, telling everybody what to do, like controlling, like, dictate.
But look how much they give back to the community. You know what I'm saying? Look how much they can actually invest. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Because as a kid, they're raised that way. You know what I'm saying? That, and we're like, oh, that's why that's why stereotypical people. Every time you see a Chinese or an Asian person, first damn thought is they smart. So because they're raised that way, bro. It's what they go through.
They're smart compared to us, I guess you can say, because the way our school systems work, they're not, really teaching kids how, there's very basic stuff that they're teaching our kids, even at the high school level, where, and really the biggest problem is, and I think the biggest difference, I should say, is that they teach them skills in school. It's not just some, babysitting a bunch of kids throughout the day and just making sure, just covering up those 8 hours or however many hours. They're actually teaching them skills that adults don't have here in this country. So
okay. So let me, if I can ask a question, how many of those skills from high school are actually implemented in life? Here.
Oh no, I'm talking about in China. They're learning skills. When I was in junior high school, like we had,
just the comparison, just the comparison. Now I'm not saying I'm on China's side, but just a comparison.
Yeah,
just the
I get
comparison.
what you're saying, but I want to go back to what you said earlier, because it's really about the community and manners and stuff that they be teaching the kids, that I think that really separates us from them. And like we are on this individual thing, like it's all about the individual, and they don't look at it like that. They go at it as a community. So that's another thing that's different.
The culture is still there. And that's one of the things that they're breaking down. They water it down. And, I love the fact that America has a lot of different, types of people. We do have a mixture, but that to me seems like we should have a lot more culture that exists here that we can share amongst each other. But, it's
that's
really
not the reality. Yeah.
No, that it doesn't play out that way, because it's still a separatist mindset or mind state that we end up developing based on the way our government. Because the only way we intertwine with other cultures is if, let's say we have neighbors that's, from, X country, and we involve ourselves with each other, but then they a lot of times have a certain fear for even interacting with us. Let's just say somebody from India. They're not going to interact with blacks, or probably not even whites, as much as they're going to just deal with their own people. And I don't think it's as because they, as far as I understand, they do have like a somewhat of a racist mindset as well, for some people, that come in to China, but it's a small percentage that they're even, that's even there. Like, so it's really kind of, it may not, because honestly, if we're not careful, America will turn out a lot like China. If, like I said, because it sounds like they're trying to prepare their kids.
I agree. I fully agree, bro.
Yeah,
I agree.
China sounds like they're trying to prepare their children to be able to come over here and dominate. To be able to join the Facebooks and the Apples and the, the top companies, tech companies, to be pretty much that, like, it won't be any competition if they got kids that's learning. If they have kids that's learning how to build a computer in elementary and junior high school, and our kids, they're not getting any of that even in college. Like they learn some technical stuff, but like they're 20 when they might get into something like that. That's a possibility, and that has to be pushed by the parents.
Yeah, exactly. To kind of touch on what you were saying, yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, I don't have any kids, but just from the inside looking out, yeah, our school systems, they're basically like daycares from the time you start to 18, and that responsibility falls back on the parents. All the essential tools. I got everything that I actually use in life from my parents. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, every so often I'll get something that Mr. Stevenson, one of my old teachers, taught me, and it's like, oh man, that dude was, he was a good dude, but that's rare, and I can only see that from being an adult. That's rare. But a lot of parents, you send them to school. Okay, you went to school, come home, do your homework, go to bed. It's not intuitive. It's really not, and I've seen it. It's how I throw away most of the women that. No, it's cool if you have kids, but I learn more from that kid about them than they can possibly tell me, and I personally feel that that's what's wrong. It's like, I can tell you're not teaching your kid. You're just sending your kid to school, and they come back.
Well, and that's something to say about the parents here, because that's one of the things I've seen firsthand, where the parent is like begging and hoping, like school to open back up so they don't have to deal with them those hours. They can have their freedom to, do whatever, whether it's work or whatever. But, that's how much we can say how much we really care about our kids. Like the understanding of what this country is coming to. And, because I mean, if you don't see it, that it's totally like more technical. All of the, most of the jobs that you're going to be more hands-on with is going to be gone away, whether it's in the factory or, it's like even, I'm having to look at my future as far as a truck driver, because at some point they'll get the whole automated systems set up for trucks to drive on its own, or to where if it does need a man in it, it'll be just for certain things. So we have to kind of look at where everything is going to, and if you leave it up to a kid to say what direction they should go in, because that's the type of Japan, like a lot of these Asian countries, based on their needs, this is what they tell them. No, you're gonna be a doctor, you're gonna be a lawyer, you're gonna, like they are telling them what road they need to go on because of what that country needs. We're too busy. Our country is too busy selling us out, to where like the jobs that we could have had over the last 2 or 3 decades to build us up and make us, they sold those jobs out to other countries across the globe. So, we, if
it's outsourced.
Yeah. And they can, and of course, I mean, I understand, them, being capitalists, they're trying to, pay the least amount to, and still, Because I mean, even though like they're paying $2-3, a day for somebody to work, but they're still coming back here, and we're spending $1,000 to purchase that one, the products that they're making. So like they're making, 700-800%, if not more, of what they're actually putting into it. I mean, I think us as Americans, we really need to be more involved in what's really happening, because I mean, some presidents have come through and tried to, keep the jobs here, try to, keep us as a dominant force within the world. But, we have some politicians that could care less what happens to us.
I always say, man, them damn politicians don't really have no power. It's the damn corporations, bro. So it don't matter who's the president
the corporations are the ones that are influencing and paying off the politicians to make these things happen. So, if we, have our own involvement, because, above the corporations, they're persons, but in the Constitution it protects people. So, we have to, if we don't take any kind of control of it, then whoever speaks up and whoever's spending the money is who's going to get the last say.
And that's what I be saying about education, because we're not aware. Here, let me play a little video.
The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ finished at record highs Monday as investors continued to respond positively to a speech last week from Federal Reserve Chief Jerome Powell. The Dow faltered, though, 55 points due to weak financial shares, but the S&P 500 rose 19 points. The NASDAQ jumped 136. It was all about the Fed chief's acknowledgement on Friday that the economic recovery was strong but not strong enough to immediately force policymakers to start rolling back their massive bond buying program. And there was something else the market likes, says Karen Pei, head of portfolio management at Fiduciary Trust.
And I think it was important that the Fed stress that tapering doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to raise interest rates. I think that they were very clear and stressed that raising interest rates is a separate decision. And so just because, they may be talking about when to taper, it doesn't necessarily follow with raising interest rates.
Tech stocks took the lead as investors bet names like Apple and Google's Alphabet will see their business continue to flourish as low interest rates fuel the economy. Shares of Apple rallied more than 3%. Amazon is joining in on the buy now, pay later craze. It is partnering with Affirm Holdings to allow certain customers to split the total cost of purchases of $50 or more into monthly payments. Amazon shares rose more than 2%. Affirm soared nearly 47%, logging its best one-day performance ever. But Chinese stocks were slammed once again. This time, Chinese regulators slashed the amount of time players under the age of 18 can spend on online games to an hour on Friday, on weekends, and on holidays. U.S.-listed shares of Chinese gaming firm NetEase fell more than 3%.
So what people have to understand is that they still look how good they've done. They, off the pandemic, damn, I forgot what I was going to say. It was so much in that little clip. But they, the Chinese companies is on the tech's ass, and their stocks are going down. The American companies are finding more ways to fuck they customers, and they making more money during the pandemic. You know what I'm saying?
It's allowed. It's allowed, bro. When it comes down to it, it's allowed. You get enough people that won't, as a whole. Talking about America as a whole, it's allowed, man. Like, and I touched on this a little bit earlier. You know, it's on who benefits most. If you benefit from it, then
Yeah. So they was talking about interest rates. Hold on. Wait. This is what I wanted to say. They were talking about interest rates, low interest rates. So those companies getting low interest rates, and y'all know that the infrastructure bill is about to come, right? If y'all been paying attention to politics, and the infrastructure bill is basically a giveaway, just like we were saying earlier. It's basically a giveaway to the big corporations. The other bill that they have is the resolution bill. I can't even think of the name of it, but that one is actually go for infrastructure type stuff, and it's supposed to help support the safety net programs, because they've been slashing Medicare, Medicaid, and WIC, and all of those programs for years, and now all those programs are bare to the bones and starving for money, like even to the point where some of them programs may not even be able to keep going in the future. So, but they have this bill that's about to come through, and what the Democrats are saying is that y'all have to vote for this bill first, or we're not going to vote for that infrastructure bill, the one that's basically a giveaway to the corporations. So our politicians are working towards giving money away to these corporations, and they also got the Fed giving them really low interest rates to everyone to try to boost the economy, but it mostly helps the big companies more, and it also gives the companies more of a chance to exploit people, because they buying stuff they can't really afford. Like half, they said you could pay half, and half later, it's gonna be interest on all that shit. You finna pay 4 times the amount of that shit. All right, now go.
Let me give a disclaimer, because I'm a conservative liberal, and because I find myself on both sides of the fence at times. But to me, when it comes to certain things like this, all right, we need to know because like trying to approve a bill for trillions of dollars, we need to see where like this money really is going, because like I've heard different Republicans talking about is like, how is it that we're in debt by so many trillions of dollars, and if we're talking about fixing bridges and roads and things that support the transportation, things, us to continue to use our streets and things like that. It's like we could do that with $10 billion, or $10 billion. But here we're talking about multi-trillions that they're trying to do who knows what. Like it could be much more of a destruction.
No. It's not just the bridges, it's also the water systems, like the pipes. You know what I'm saying? It's also housing. When they talking about infrastructure, they it's really broad. And a lot of our stuff, we haven't upgraded our stuff in forever. Look at our shit. They're also talking about trains and mass transit.
I get that, but at the same time, we're talking about spending money that we don't have. That's the part.
Well, my pushback on that every time is that the money ain't real anyway, and they just be magically fucking, whenever they need something, they just magically pull the money out of their ass. It's imaginary. The debt is imaginary anyway, because like, let's say we got a deficit to China. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna kick our ass and make us pay? No, they're not.
But you have to look. All right, because we can go from what our money is really energy, right? It's currency. So when we look at it on that end, if all of the money is being backed by the energy of the people, and there's a debt, and whoever owns the debt, the money, the energy belongs to, gets transferred to that person. So do we end up becoming slaves to China?
Are we slaves to China already?
Oh my God, dude. Oh, see, that's the dude. That's the swing right there, bro. That is the swing. That's the swing.
Man, look, y'all might be slaves to China.
That is the swing. Yes. Good God.
Guess what? I don't
That's my
belong
laugh
to
for
the.
today, bro.
I don't
That's my
belong to the
laugh for
state.
today, bro. Good God.
Go ahead, Pat. What'd you say?
I don't belong to the state. So I mean, that's a part of that whole thing. I mean, every one of our conversations when it comes to politics, I mean, it's
It
going to
comes back
swing
to
back
that.
to the. It, it,
Yeah.
it definitely does, especially for us. So I mean, I'm gonna leave it at that because they need to go back a couple of videos to kind of catch up. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it does go right back to that because the debt is really, I mean, it's real, but it's for this corporation. So we do the right thing. That debt stays with them and not on us as the people. So you know what I'm saying? If we're the real landlords of the country and we allow these things to continue, then yeah, we will end up belonging to whoever they transfer the debt to.
I believe that too. I mean, that is kind of scary, and I understand that argument. I really do. I really do because the wars of the future are going to be won and lost in that way. They're not going to fight with nuclear weapons and bombs and drones. In the future, it's going to be like tech, and it's going to be currency and debt. That's what it's going to be. And so if you have debt, then you're going to be submissive to whoever the hell owns that debt.
But no,
You
but
ever
I
seen
mean,
it?
who's going to end up having to pay the debt? I mean, we're passing this our DNA down every generation, and this debt has been growing. So I mean, we're actually
Before y'all
setting
change
up.
the point.
Go
Before y'all
ahead.
change
Go
the
ahead.
point.
It's the
You ever
same.
seen a movie called Repo Men?
Yeah.
It's a good
I
movie,
don't know if I
right?
saw that one.
Bro,
You said
very
Repo
good movie.
Man?
So what Chaka is saying is it's basically currency and debt. I believe that. I fully believe that. I can see that track record. I'm only 36, bro. I can see that track record from 18. It's like, yeah,
Well,
they
it's
need you
been
in
going
debt.
on. It's been going
The
on
the
since the
longer, the,
1930s.
well then yeah, then you just gave me some more information. The longer you're in debt, yeah, I own you. I own you. The plan is not to get you out of debt.
No,
So
it's
as long
to
as
it's
you're
to
in debt,
increase it.
keep your house, keep your car, and all that, all that. Yeah, man, that's walking
You
around here
see,
right now.
you see how most people don't own their car. Most people don't own their house.
Yeah,
Right?
Well,
yeah.
as a more we're taught that the definitions of a mortgage, a dead pledge.
But no disrespect, I wasn't taught that. Like my pops passed away. My mom's owns her house. That's hers. My brother owns his house. It's his. My sister owns her house. It's hers. So yeah,
But
there's still
they
property
pay for
tax.
they pay for
Yeah,
well see, but that's the thing. If you're paying taxes on, I mean, who doesn't who actually has the rights to it?
That
If
part is really tricky because y'all know I just took
yeah, yeah. That's a
real
good
estate.
point. That's a good point, though.
And
Yeah.
they can take your shit. There's a few things, intimate domain, not unpaid property taxes and unpaid deed restriction dues.
yeah, and also as a more you're tax free. All that's for a reason. I mean, and that's because of all of that. Like nobody can tell you because this is you actually claim that everything you do is yours. You end up with an irrevocable trust that you put all of your stuff into that nobody can ever touch. They can't. You don't pay property taxes. You don't pay federal taxes. You know, living in Texas, we already don't pay state taxes. So, I mean,
That
but
stuff, this subject is really interesting because you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of after slavery, when the slaves, they like kind of made them into sharecroppers, right? And then so they got to work the land. They were supposed to own all of their stuff, but they never they needed supplies, and whatever supplies they needed, the cost of that always seemed to be more than the amount that they got for the the products that they produced. So and it kept them in debt forever, so they couldn't leave the farm because they always owed the shop money.
that was also a part of the play because I mean, not only did they get them to recognize themselves as uh, black, colored, and all those other terms, which brought them back into the fold, under their being a subject of the state, but they also, because I mean that's a part of what the reparations was about, and they just recently were because I know it started with Florida and them fighting against the black farmers because they had a bill that's actually something I could say that this administration was trying to correct.
They got a bill passed. It pissed a lot of people off, and it was specific for black farmers.
Yeah,
It wasn't a whole lot of money, but it was something, and yeah, it pissed a lot of people off. It passed.
Well, I mean, and I don't know if because my grandfather, great grandmother, I know they were farmers, so like they should have been able to get some of that money.
You
Maybe
know how it
some of my
works.
auntie.
It wasn't a vast program. It had a whole lot of stipulations.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I think it was, and I think it was for a local as place too. I don't think it was national.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's a slippery slope, man.
Yeah, reparations. I watched Tim Black. Shout out to Tim Black. Everybody out there listening, if you like politics, go check out Tim Black TV on YouTube and everywhere. But anyways, he be screaming reparations, and I think that's what if I think like if I don't know how much y'all follow politics, but like I think that if Bernie Sanders was screaming reparations, he would have won because the black vote is what kept him from not getting in there. It was some black people who voted for him, but the black people wasn't feeling him. He wasn't feeling black issues. Recently, Nina Turner was running in I want to say Chicago, and no, it was Ohio, and she wasn't screaming reparations loud enough, and she didn't win. And I think that I think that you have to put your foot down and be like, hey, these black issues right here needs to be dealt with. We never finished Reconstruction, and we need to deal with that shit. So as a politician, go ahead.
It's always gonna be ignored. These people know the law. These people understand.
I don't even think it will pass, but I think the politician, just politically, like I say, it would have got Bernie Sanders elected if he would have been screaming reparations. Whether he would have been able to get it to pass, that would have been a whole nother story. But I think that they need to just stand on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the black vote, we're not even interested. It's like, what can I get out of it?
Thank you.
Well, and I get that, and we should be like that even more so. but to the point to where we're actually, you know, pushing the envelope. And, you know, like one of the things, like the average person, I understand the average person don't understand, you know, the depth of these laws, but that's something that like we have to be, we really need to get a better understanding of it as a people, because
Yeah.
if your status is not correct, like that's improper persona. And anybody that's trying to step into a courtroom as a fictitious person, like they'll sit there, they'll let you say what you got to say, but then motion is denied because like they pretty much wasted time with somebody who don't exist as a real person, a natural born person. So I I don't know, man. It's I mean, it's it happens every day, and without us, you know, what's the other term? I mean, what pretty much grants us as incompetent.
You freezing up.
Am I? Can you hear me now? Yeah.
What you, Curtis?
So
Curtis, you ain't talked in a while. What you think? What you think about all that? You there, Curtis?
yeah, I can hear you, man.
What you think about all that?
Like I have a different house.
Okay.
That's it, dude. Touchy subject. That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. Touchy subject, only because I don't know how to fix the lack of care. Like nobody really gives a damn. Nobody cares. They're gonna be. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. That's the easiest way to say it. Because my thoughts on that aspect, it'll just come out in anger. Because
Go
the lack
ahead.
of care is abundant.
Spill it.
The lack of
Spill
care
it
is
out, bro.
abundant. So
Spill it out
I
because
like.
that's what. Spill it out,
You
bro.
know what I'm
Because that's
saying?
what.
Like, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
What I'm
What was
saying is
that?
spill it out, bro. Because what I'm saying is, that's what bothers me a lot too. Is the indifference that people have. You know, the indifference to each other, the indifference to human life. You know,
Yeah.
the indifference to life itself. Like all the things happening. People pretend
Yeah.
that these things don't bother them or don't affect them. They could say it doesn't bother them, and that's fine, but they can't say it doesn't affect them because it does. Like
Because it
this,
does. Yeah.
like this abortion law. People could say, politics don't affect me, but this abortion law is going to affect everyone here in Texas.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
it is.
but what do you think about that? What do you think about reparations?
You got any?
Not yet.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When Pat touched on reparations, dude, that's why I just dropped my head and started looking around. Everybody's gotten reparations, man. Like literally. Not us.
All right. I'm live now, bro. Jump on. My bad, bro. Y'all go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. Yeah, we didn't get reparations, and so you still like you have our people still asking for reparations. We haven't got reparations, and then you have other people who are actually like trying to give something to society, try to leave something here, not just to be remembered, quote unquote, but like help. We all need help. It's like if I had $1,000 right now. Hey, anybody need this $1,000? Yeah, you can be like, oh yeah, I need the $1,000. Even if you got 50 in the bank, you still gonna say you need that $1,000. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like on that, dude. I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see it in my lifetime, and I can't see it in the future. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. It's not important enough. Not important enough. We're not. Our race is not the race of the 1970s and stuff like that, bro. We done changed as black people. Be in the shade. We changed, bro.
That's mean, bro. That's mean. I don't like that.
But it's true though.
I don't like
it's true.
that.
I'm sorry. You asked. You asked, bro. You said get it out, man. We changed.
Yeah, I mean we're different than what our previous. I think we're getting better. Honestly.
You do?
Yeah, because I mean we actually have we're going through an awakening. Maybe it's not happening as fast as we'd like to see, but you know we got to realize that we're living in a different dynamic than our than the baby boomers did. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was a totally different country. You know, going through a lot of different things, and of course, we're going through a lot of different things now. But we're actually, you know, going through a, you know, I mean, our parents weren't nearly as conscious as a lot of, you know, people in our generation is.
No, but they had each other. We ain't got each other.
Yeah, well,
we ain't got each other.
We've allowed some failures to happen, but you know, it came from the baby boomers. If I'm to be honest, the same ones that you're lifting up, those a lot of those problems actually that we're dealing with came from, you know, our parents, and
yeah.
So the generation before us is the one that really kind of failed us because, you know, once you know we had a few.
Okay, I just want I just want to say one thing. You can say that as a whole that some problems did come from our parents' generation. Although we're different generations, you can keep blaming the past, but you know, as you have to take accountability for yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's like dude, my actions are my actions.
I agree.
So like I can't. The group can stay the group, and you can keep blaming generation after generation. You see what I'm saying? Like just because it'll continue until somebody says that no. You see what the world is. You see that every other culture they got theirs, and what we got, rap, cars. So that's why I don't. No, my grandmother ain't had nothing. My grandmother had 11 kids. She ain't got nothing to do with this. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
so you can't be in that group. You can't be in that group that's complaining about it and then say that you're an individual. I guess I'm doing my best to keep it as plain as possible.
All right. Well, all right.
And Pat, this is nothing against you, bro. It's just a discussion, but no, bro, hell no. Hell no. Take accountability for that.
Yeah, I'm not.
You don't want to go out and fucking vote? Then you don't want to go out. Yeah, I think some liberties should be fucking stripped. I'm sorry, because you don't fucking deserve it. You left them. You fucking left them. Big Mama ain't here no more. Nobody gives a damn about Big Mama. So as far as reparations and stuff like that, yeah, those people did that. I didn't get taught this shit in school. That's what I'm saying.
Well, listen, because I don't
that don't
really
make sense.
I don't really have a gripe with Big Mama.
No, neither do I. Neither do I.
they actually, kept like they were like the last bastions of our traditional lifestyles. And
Yeah,
of course, it was
just
the
gone,
boomers, because I mean,
just gone.
because if you want to take it as me blaming, no, I'm just acknowledging,
No, no, no. I
some
didn't
of the
say
faults.
blaming. I didn't say
Yeah.
blaming. It's more or less. It's more or less. It's like, okay, you want these things, but you're not doing the correct things to go get them. It's not a way
I
you
am.
speak. My family's from Louisiana. It's not a way you
Mine
speak.
too.
I'm tired of hearing the complaining about everything that's going on out here. Yeah, I got those damn issues too. I'm dealing with everything that's going on out here. Where are
Well,
we?
I'm from Louisiana too, and I mean,
You know
even
better
though
than
I don't,
anything.
well, yeah, but see, the thing is, because really, there's no blame for
No,
anyone.
there's no blame. It's us.
I'm acknowledging something
At
that
the
a
end of the day,
problem.
it's us. It's us because us don't mean shit to nobody.
Well, what is us? Well, what is us doing?
The,
Because
I
I
mean,
be- because me I've been on my journey of know thyself and recognizing my contributions to the problem, and
okay.
figuring out what I can do to make a
Pat, it's
difference.
not personal. It's a whole, bro. That's why I said that. I don't want
But
you to feel
but
personally attacked.
but
But the thing
no,
about it is, and
but
then
I
you
mean,
see
but
it every
still,
day too.
no.
We walk out on the same world,
In order for the whole
bro.
to
Like,
heal, in order for the whole to heal, we have to do individual healing.
mm, mm-hmm,
Okay,
right,
so that we can become whole again, right?
right.
All right. So
I'm
there
listening.
are some aspects that we have to be individuals and stop, pussyfooting around, whining about, what everybody in the whole not doing. But if you're not holding
Yeah,
yourself accountable, then how can you say
yeah.
anything
That's
about
what I'm
anybody
saying.
else? All right. So
Exactly. Yes.
all
That's
right.
that. Hey,
So,
I like
so
this guy. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
okay.
That's
So
exactly what I'm saying.
but that's the thing, because I try not to over push the boundaries, because I am
Push
very,
them. No, no, bro. Push them.
well, I'm pushing you
Yes.
too. I'm pushing you too,
Push
because
everybody. Because we
yeah.
need a big ass heave hole to get out of this shit. I swear to God.
All
Like,
right,
good God. Hey, man.
all right. Well, if
Yeah,
that's the
that's what I'm
case,
saying.
if
That's
that's
what
the
I'm
case,
saying.
if that's the case,
Push them.
get your
Fuck
ass
that.
up and start
Yes.
working on
We don't have
correcting
enough.
your
We've been
status.
dumbed down. They wouldn't have dealt with the shit.
Well,
All this shit
a
could
lot of
have
the
been fixed.
information, wasn't available, because I mean, we're in the information age.
Facts.
Like
Facts.
if you're
Facts.
not getting the
Facts.
right information, it's because you ain't trying to. You know what I'm saying? You're following in the footsteps of, like you're acting as if the internet don't exist. The information is there, but we got too many
Like this
people
guy.
that
Yes.
wants to whine about, fighting back and forth about which one is right. Oh, well, no, it's this, it's no, it's that. And to me, it's like, okay, we can call out all the ancient gods of Egypt and Israel and all this other kind of stuff that I think is another distraction, where there's things in this government that we're dealing with that we can look at and say, okay, we can match up with
Oh my
something.
God.
Hey,
You're right. How is this not comical? How is this not comical? This is comical for me, man. It really is. Like I see people, you walking around, you don't get this? You don't? Yeah. Yeah. You don't? Okay. I don't use people. It's just like, damn. But you're not gonna hang on my coattail, bro. I ain't Jesus. It's like, no. But you don't get it. You don't understand. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the average people don't get it, but the rest of us do. but that's the reason why we got to educate ourselves more so that we can be able to express it in a way that other people can understand.
Yeah.
Be an example. I mean, that's the main thing that those of us that do understand is to try to, be the example that you want to see in others.
And he
So
said that.
yeah,
Shaka said that.
I'm tired of because like I have family that's close to me and that I know they're smart enough, but a lot of them just too damn lazy to make the move, or giving some kind of excuse. But it's like, if you're not sacrificing something, then you're not willing, you're not really willing to do what is necessary to get out of the position you're in.
And that's what kind of irritates me. That's what irritates me when I go out, I go to work, and I go into the world. I don't see that anymore. I don't see that anymore. Like in this shade, man, people have suffered. Like people have suffered tremendously, and we're still on the conversation of still reparations. I feel like they're treating it like that didn't happen. None of that shit happened.
They who?
Us.
Well, no, I think most of us agreed that something happened. That's not usually where the argument is. It's about the actual how to solve it.
Well, then why aren't more? And this question is for you. Why? Yeah, that happened. I live every day like, oh man, damn, yeah, my mom got chased with a knife for trick or treating in Louisiana. That's what I'm saying. You can't walk around here like that didn't happen. That's still here. Before we can even get back to what the hell we gonna tell the government to do, we gotta get us together. That's not preaching, because people hate to hear the truth. That's not preaching. Hell no. That's why it's not gonna happen in my lifetime. And I don't have no grades yet. I honestly believe that it's not gonna happen.
Well,
I'm sorry if that sounds negative. I know it sounds negative, but it's the truth. Unless all those things come together with us, and us being us, because we us regardless.
Well, there's people that's getting reparations, and not just the foreigners that's coming here. There's black people that are getting some reparations, but that's because they've realized the real problem. What happened?
What kind of black people?
Indigenous people all black people are indigenous to this planet. The
right. You
indigenous
can't.
people of
Right.
America.
Not to change the subject, but you can't get a white person without a black person.
Well, okay. I mean, I think that's common knowledge. So I don't know what's your point.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
Let's roll over, because the reparations argument always gets heated, even if
no, bro.
White people,
because we're not together. That's all I was saying, man. We're not together. That's why. If we came together and really got serious about this shit, there would be nothing that anybody can do. Like, seriously, there's a lot of power in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Us, think about if we were together like any other race. Name it. Think about it. That's power, bro.
Well, do you feel threatened, or do you feel insulted when somebody tells you that you're more, or you're indigenous?
What's a more?
Well,
I don't mind asking questions.
A more is a descent. It's a lineage of people that existed before the United States existed. And of course, whether it was here in America or even in Africa, that's a lineage that existed. The Moroccan Empire that it went from Far East into Asia, Africa, and also here in America. And
Okay.
that empire, like I said, it crossed, continents. So by us being here in America, we're the Moors that existed prior to them allowing the white people to come here on the original 13 colonies. But because of them manipulating what happened into the Continental Congress back in the 1774, before they began the United States, they started denationalizing Moors into Indians, coloreds, blacks, Negroes, all these other different terms that they've been calling.
No, I'm not offended at all. I'm not offended at all.
So us, as a people, when you understand that thing, is that you realize that, by us agreeing to all of these different terms, we need to correct that. And, because we're still our ancestors, we're just a replica of them over and over and over again. So we're all those same people. So
yeah, until that changes within us as a people. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so we have to change this paper genocide that's happened to us, because like I said, there was like I always say, it was they killed a bunch of us, whether you want to look at us as Indians, the Seminoles, the Choctaw, the Anayawe, which they call the Cherokee, and all the different tribes that existed that we were a part of, reclaiming those titles. But above all, we were, as a descent, was Moors. So we got to correct that, because that's where we fail. We get up where we fail. Once we do that, reparations is not a problem. Like I'll have some evidence of it soon enough, because I'm already in the process. Like, me and my son's paperwork has been filed since February, and it's a little bit of time going by, but soon I'll be able to show proof of how it works.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's really the solution.
I agree. I agree.
I can't decide on what the hell. Let's just do this.
I have a book coming out in October about the prison students that I teach, that I care a lot about. It's called Our Class: Trauma and Transformation in an American Prison. And yeah, my heart's on every page of that. That comes out in October.
Now, that is a fascinating aspect of your life, that you teach inside a prison, Rutgers course, right? And you constantly say how smart these kids are, that they could outthink anybody at Princeton or Rutgers. And how could that possibly be?
Well, because they actually understand the configurations of power. They know how social control works. They don't have any illusions about the justice system or political oppression or neoliberalism. So the whole basis of their understanding of the world is at an exponentially higher level than any of these kids at Princeton who go to Princeton because they all want to be part of the 1%. That's why they're there. Talk about branding. And they turn their cells into libraries. I mean, they are, really impressive intellectuals. A few years ago, the Bard prison team debated Harvard and clobbered them. And everyone said, "Oh, how could that happen? That's amazing." All of us who teach in the prison weren't surprised. So they come out. They're what Gramsci calls organic intellectuals. And intellectuals are in every class, but they never had a chance.
And so, go ahead.
So they are incredibly impressive. I mean, my students, they can finish their BA degree in the prison or if they get a 3.1, they can matriculate. My students graduate summa cum laude from Rutgers. I mean, I had one, I didn't teach him, but he was in the program. He graduates summa cum laude, a great guy from Rutgers, and then he gets the first Harry S. Truman Fellowship any Rutgers student has gotten in over a decade, and he goes to the University of Cambridge in England, and he gets a master's degree in philosophy. And he's he's huge, 6'8", black guy, 310 pounds. And I was with another guy. These guys all in the 400 club, which means they bench over 400. We were walking down the street in Princeton. He's another great intellectual, a great writer. And we're walking down the street, and I said, I'm sure people wonder, what's that like dweeby white guy doing with his two black? I said, what they don't know is what I know, is that you're nerds just like me, and you go home and read every night just like I do. No, they're real. And that's where my hope lies. So, I mean, I've got students who get out, they go to Rutgers, and they're organizing, maybe because of COVID, it's on ice, but they were organizing the service workers at Rutgers. And they're black. And a lot of those workers are, at least some of them, I can assure you, voted for Trump. And that's where my hope lies, in real radicals and real intellectuals who are invisible to are made invisible by the mainstream.
So those are the kind of people that I wonder why aren't around more often, like people like Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, real revolutionaries. And it's got to be because, I mean, I think in 1980 there were like 300,000 people in prison, and now there's a couple million. And I think that's the big difference. We're the world's largest penal colony, so the next Fred Hampton is probably in prison right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. No question about it. And, August Wilson wrote about it. He said all of the real warriors are in prison because they went and tried to get for their families what their families needed when the world around them denied them. And that's right. That's where they are. And that's the people I hang out with because, number one, there's an intellectual bond there, but also there's a toughness and an understanding. And you don't push these people around. They don't. First of all, they can't vote because they're ex-felons. So they don't have any illusions about the system at all. That's where hope lies, in those people, none of whom you're ever going to see on Rachel Maddow, Lawrence O'Donnell, or anywhere else.
Can you tell the story, if you have time, about the action that your students took when they were required to not make eye contact with their eyes with the guards?
Right. So prisons, I think, what most people don't understand is that prison are plantations. I think mass incarceration is a civil rights issue of our time. They are run like plantations with white overseers, largely. There are black corrections officers, but it's even the black corrections officers oftentimes are subject to racist. I mean, for instance, in the mess hall in one of the prisons I taught at, the white officers, the black officers would sit at a table and they came for breakfast and they'd taken three Special K boxes and put them all together so they read KKK. There is that racial dynamic is very strong within the prison system. My students, they pay a heavy price for resistance, like Julian, like Edward Snowden, because they're captives, but they resist anyway. And so there was a rule in one of the prisons that they had to keep their heads down, like on a plantation. In the South, you couldn't look at a white person in the eye. And so they refused, and they walked through the halls with their heads up. And of course, what they do is they go and find the leaders and throw them in solitary confinement, or ship them to another prison and throw them in solitary confinement, often for months. I mean, the leaders of the Free Alabama movement, which did prison strikes, they will call me on clandestine cell phones. They're in indefinite solitary confinement. So I taught a class. They took away their water heaters, the food. Much of the food's unedible. It's unhealthy. So they like to heat up their ramen noodles. That's what most prisoners live on, along with their instant coffee. And they took those little water heaters away. And so they did a sit-down strike. And of course, what they did is strip search the cells and went to find the leaders and ship them out of the prison and put them in solitary confinement. That is a constant within the prison system. So I admire these people for having the courage to stand up against such monolithic authority, and they stand up anyway, and fully aware of the consequences, just to assert their own dignity as a human being. And these are the people I respect. These are the people I spend my time with and invest my time with. I've been teaching in the prisons for 10 years. These are the people I admire. I gave a commencement address a couple years ago. It's on YouTube. I encourage people to look at it. It's only 10 minutes where I talk about my students. I think if you go to YouTube, type in Chris Hedges, Rutgers commencement, it should come up. I don't know what the heading is, but these are real people, and people of great integrity, worth, dignity, intelligence, and courage. It's a privilege. It's a privilege for me to be able to be their teacher.
Chris Hedges, thanks for being our guest. You can read his work at Sheer.
And did I put y'all to sleep?
I'm good.
What y'all think about all that? What you think? Y'all catch any of that?
Yeah, no, I saw it. I mean, I do believe that a lot of our great talents are locked away. And I think, purposely done. Some of them probably didn't realize their true talents until they were locked away. Wouldn't be too concerned about them being able to vote, but as long as they can come and contribute to, society at a high level, that's what we need. We need some people, some true warriors, people who smart, who understands the world.
And the whole thing is so sad because they get them when they're young, and that little record can fuck you up so bad, depending on what it is.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about it. The dude said, he said they teach them positions of power. Y'all didn't catch that, or right at the beginning of the video?
What did he say? What was it?
They teach them positions of power, man. No one caught that?
I missed it.
I missed that part.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Go ahead, though. Go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Expand on it.
That's the first thing. He said that. I was like, oh, God, I don't like this. That's the first thing I thought I could think about. I was like, oh, no. Which is kind of what we should be doing. But, I'm sorry, bro. That's the first thing I caught. I was like, what? How do you teach this? That's like, because of I can only think of a mentality. And I'm not.
Well, I mean, it's all programming. It's all programming.
Yeah, facts.
At different levels. I think this was more of him tooting his own horn of what he's speaking about these other guys, their brilliance, but he's also trying to say that what he was able to do with these group of people that really already, I mean, the intelligence, the brilliance is already there. It just needs to, be allowed to unlock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, nobody really teaches anybody anything. They just have the opportunity to learn, or you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, regardless, somebody sitting in front of you telling you something is not the true thing that allows you to absorb information. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I mean, when we're looking at it from that angle, yeah, he's over there tooting his own horn, but I mean, this is something that, I mean, for me, I already know, I mean, I could have been one of those people in prison. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that
any one of us, really easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
So, I mean, it's not shocking to me because I mean, shit. I mean, I always go back to DNA. I mean, we have all that memory locked in from thousands of years ago that, all we have to do is just allow ourselves to unlock it.
Yeah.
I was watching something earlier about junk DNA. You ever heard that term? You know, junk DNA, and we only use 1% of the actual information that we actually, I guess, have access to. But a lot of it is locked down into a spiritual, like until you unlock your spiritual side and actually dig into your spiritual side, you won't be able to experience that quote unquote junk DNA. But they call it junk DNA for a reason, and that's to pretty much have you, to keep you where it's worthless, making you feel that, that part of you is worthless. But if you actually start to unlock that, it could actually be some of those powers that we've heard of, through myths and this, that, and the other, where, we can do remarkable things.
That sounds like that movie. That sounds like that movie Lucy, the one where the chick, they put the drugs in her, and then they kicked her, and then they leaked in her, and then she like started unlocking her brain. Y'all saw that movie?
She unlocked 100% of her brain. Yeah.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I saw it.
It's an interesting movie. It really is.
There's a lot of stuff
being in reality and very interesting. Very interesting.
So Curtis, wait. So how do you think that? Can you see how that could relate to what we were saying, or what Pat was just saying? No.
As far as unlocking, well, that's easy. I mean, of course, it's a movie, but
that's what I mean. It's a movie, of course,
but
most movies are done on purpose to give the impression, oh, it's just a movie. But a lot of times,
you have to have the want. You know what I'm saying? Just to answer that question, you have to have the want to expand yourself. You have to have that want.
It has to be on purpose.
Yeah. Without purpose, then has to be purpose, bro.
Yeah. I think I got something. I don't know. I think this is short.
It's been a fourth night of violent unrest in the US state of Minnesota, where, despite a curfew, people again took to the streets to condemn the police killing of Daunte Wright. But anger boiled over, with cars torched, shops looted, and rioters clashing with armed troops. Protesters gathered in the Brooklyn Center area, calling for justice for the 20-year-old who was shot after being pulled over in a traffic stop on Sunday. The officer who pulled the trigger, Kim Potter, says she mistook her gun for a taser. She's been charged with manslaughter. Protests also were held in Dallas and Portland, where the police union building was set on fire. And scenes reminiscent of the chaos that ensued following George Floyd's death last year in nearby Minneapolis. Brooklyn Center is just 10 miles from Minneapolis, where Floyd was killed at the hands of police, sparking a wave of nationwide protests. He died when Officer Derek Chauvin placed his knee on Floyd's neck. Well, Chauvin is charged with murder and manslaughter. His trial is currently into his second week.
Yeah, I just played that because there was the kid who was walking home, and somebody called the police and said that suspicious guy outside, and then he wasn't even suspected of a crime, and the cops approached him aggressively and wrestled him to the ground, and they ended up shooting him up with a drug because I think like he couldn't breathe or something, and they shot him up with a drug to try to save him I guess. I don't know. It was an unapproved procedure, and he ended up dying a few days later in the hospital. I can't think of the guy's name right now, but that's in the news right now. Because that happened a little while ago, but I think they said it was no charges, and then that's why. Wait, no. It is charges. That's why it's in the news, because they charging a whole like 3 or 4 people that was involved in that on the scene. Or did y'all hear about that? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
No, I hadn't. I hadn't heard that one. Because I mean, I was a little bit confused because it's everything. I was like, wait a minute, is this new news? But that was like something that I guess because I heard the whole Derek Chauvin and all this other stuff. But no, this is something that's happened recently.
That long ago though. Yeah. But it is old. It was old.
This video.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the story I'm talking about is not old. I mean, well, it happened a while ago. I think it happened earlier this year. But the reason why it's in the news is because the cops and I think an EMT person that came on the scene is charged too. Like involuntary manslaughter or some shit. I'm gonna look it up because I done brought it up on this damn show. Now I'm gonna have to clean. Super biased at 1234 says, "What's the discussion, my brothers?" We was talking about reparations, but that got too hot. Then we talked about prison, and now we was talking about well, I didn't forget what the hell I was saying.
Police killing.
Oh yeah, the police killing. Yeah, so even the EMT that was on the scene is getting charged. I'm gonna look that up and make sure I do it for the next video. So the people who's ever watching now, and I didn't freaking clear that up, but I'm gonna clear that up in the next video.
So nothing is happening to the cop. No charges.
The cops are getting charged. That's what I was saying. That's the reason why it's in the news right now. I saw this just a couple days ago. It's like 2 cops and an EMT are getting charged. That's why it's a special. It's a special case. Y'all look it up. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna find some videos for that next time. I don't have time to do it right now.
Okay. Wow.
I'm sorry I brought it up if I don't even have the video, but I thought that's what that video was, and I think I got the wrong video. It happens.
Well, I mean, when you had the idea of playing this video, what was the mindset to mainly talk about this new one? Yeah, I think that was my mindset. That's what I meant to talk about but now I don't even know because I like to play those videos to get the details. You know what I'm saying? So we don't be informing people and shit. So that's why the guy he says, well, if we're talking about police, I don't think police is bad. I think the people they employ is bad, if that makes sense. What do y'all think about that? Well, we got to think about the system that employs and allows these type of people to exist. So I think before, maybe, it's all a conjoined thing. They all work with in conjunction with each other. So, I mean, without the people, there is no force. So, I mean, I somewhat agree with them. I would say that hopefully that there's a higher percentage that are not bad, but it's enough of them in there that are, and enough that's good that won't speak up, and push those types of cops out. So, I mean, we're still looking at a system that needs to be broken, and
yeah, I think there's a meme that illustrates that really well. I can't think exactly how it says, but it's like the good cops should turn in the bad cops. Like how come the good cops don't turn in the bad cops? But I know the answer to that is because of this. It's a club, you know, and the people who get promoted are not people who turn in bad cops. You know what I mean? The people who turn in bad cops are more likely to get written up and eventually fired.
Well, they're the
Yeah.
ones that end up. Well, usually, well, from what I've seen, a lot of those that do speak out are the ones who gets ostracized, the ones that gets, you know, put on
Yeah.
suspension and or fired. So
So what do you do about that? What do you do
Well,
about
that,
that?
well, that goes
It's
back to
like
what
it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
Mhm.
But are there more bad people? It's like no, like it's
it
the
goes
right
back
damn
to
thing to
what
do. Yeah, they get ostracized by their coworkers, all kinds of crap.
well, I
So
mean, I
what
think
do you do about that?
for the most part, a lot of them end up, all cops end up getting the stigma because, you know, because of that very thing, you know, because they don't speak, the good ones that don't speak out. I mean, that's, you know, not telling a lie.
and as a
You
cop,
know,
if I was a cop, that's the part that would make me the most angry because I'm out here really trying to protect and serve. I'm out here really trying to help the community, and I get to have this label of a bad guy because of these shitty ass motherfuckers out here doing shitty shit all the
Yeah.
damn time.
well, I look at them, you know, because they're policy officers.
Oh shit.
So, you know, a lot of them are following the policies of the city, or, you know, because I mean, honestly, the sheriff is more so the the enforcers or the people that will protect the people over a police officer. You know,
And
so
and a lot of people don't understand that because then that means it becomes political because in a lot of places the sheriff is elected.
Yeah. Yeah. By the people.
So then that becomes political, like I say. So that's where, like, you know, when they go back talking about the race patrols, or you can go back to the Texas Rangers. That shit was racial, you know, and they were like mobs, gang, and that's what it
Yeah.
is kind of still today, you know. So that's another thing I think people need to look at. So then, like, it goes back to what Pat was saying at the beginning of the discussion about the system, because the guy said, let's see, wait, he said something else, super biased. He said, right, I can agree, and to elaborate, the system needs to be rectified, and if we're talking about the current system, yeah, it's fucked.
yeah, I mean, I agree with them. It's you know, because we all hope that, you know, it's not as bad as it looks, because I mean, of course, you know, we're looking at a media, you know, a lot of times when we see this stuff, based on what the media projects to us is what
Mm.
usually we hold on to the most. So I mean, I know a bunch of cops. I say a bunch, but I, you know, went to school with some guys who are police officers or were police officers. I had two uncles that were police officers, and, you know, as far as my interaction with them, I know them to be good people. And, you know, who can I say that I know what was happening um, when I'm not around? I mean, I can't necessarily say, but I mean, you know, because of course I wasn't there, but either way, we're gonna have to find a way to repair what all, you know, what is damaged within those systems, if that's even
Mm.
possible. Yeah, I don't know, but look like we lost the
Well,
host. I'm sure he'll be back on any moment. What you think about it, sir? I see Deshaun.
Very limited.
Okay.
Very limited.
You said
Good.
very. You said very limited.
Limited. Limited,
Yeah.
my
Just
friend. Limited.
yeah.
That's right.
Hey, I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long was I out?
Maybe a good 15, 20 seconds.
Oh,
Less than
okay,
30
not that
seconds.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember stopping on the comments. It says I agree with Ogun. Not all bad, and those that do get affected by other people's ignorance is unfortunate.
Yeah. Who
Damn, I
was
hated
that?
that.
Who was that in the comments? What's that?
Super Bias is their name on the thing. I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
They're on Twitch though, because I can tell by the icon it's Twitch. And the other
Okay.
comments disappeared, I think, because I flipped out. All I got is this. Let me post something just to see what the hell. Did some weird shit just now. I think we're back to normal. Anyways, yeah, y'all was what y'all was talking about. So y'all got to keep going while I was going, huh? While I was gone.
Yeah, we were still on.
Thanks, AJ.
I just kind of finished my thought on you know the whole police thing. Pretty much that was it. But
Okay. Cause I done got all lost now because of that shit. I was like, is the internet gonna come back up? Like, what's gonna happen? And that never really happened before like that. That was weird. It's probably my connection. Anyways, how y'all feel tonight? What's on y'all heart? How y'all feel?
man, I'm good, man. I'm sitting here. I'm supposed to be making a delivery tonight. Not sure if that's gonna happen tonight or in the morning. But not a whole bunch, man. I'm just another day, another quarter.
Yeah.
And yourself, you work today?
Nah, I was off. I worked on a video all day, and I did a mix. I did a King Chaka ENT ad page ad, King Chaka ENT page ad too, and also I was working with a dude on a little logo. If y'all saw that hoe, I would try to show it right now, but it's already be acting out funny on the screen. But it was on the screen at the beginning of the video. I got like a little logo. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can show that shit. Can I picture it? Let me see something. No, I because it's in the background. So yeah, I can't show it. I don't think, and I don't want to fuck that up. I'm still learning. Super Bias said, Ogun, a driver then, huh? I want to get into that. Not as fun as I would figure, huh? I directed at them as a question. So I guess he's asking about being a truck driver.
Yeah, truck driver. Been doing it for 10 years. It's I don't know. I guess it's something I kind of grew into. I mean, I always was fascinated by it. Had a family that was truck drivers, um, uncles and cousins and things like that. And I guess one of the things that kind of pushed me into it was that 2011, 2012. After that last recession when between the switch of Bush and Obama. So it pushed me out of sales and into truck driving because had a new family. But I mean I enjoy it. As a job, but at the same time, uh, I'm away from my family a lot.
He
So
said he said like I want my CDL and trying to work towards that. So I guess he wants to know information about getting a CDL.
yeah, I mean, well, I went to school. I went to I live in Texas. I went to a school like I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend the school I went to, but I'm sure there's somebody you can find. I ended up going through CR England, and you know, I had some good trainers and things like that. Of course, I had a lot of knowledge about it beforehand, so I mean, it was a pretty quick process for me. Within what was it? School lasted like 10 days or 15. I forget 10 days or so. As far as classes to before I got my CDL, and then I went through training where I was on the road for about 2-3 months um, with the actual on the road training, and after that, ended up going on the road on my own. So I mean the process. I mean you find a company that actually does training. Um, it'll happen a lot quicker. I mean, of course, you can do it without doing all of that, but you got to find somebody that allow you to do the driving portion of the test. Some people do rent out trucks. You have to have the truck and the trailer to actually do the driving portion of the test. But if you're in a school, they provide all that for you. So if that's something that you really want to do, you just go online and actually find a school that'll train you. I mean, it's really simple, you know.
And he said, and I ain't got no family to hold on to in terms of that, so it seems appealing to me. He said, all right, but it's a job you don't regret, right? But you gotta find the right people to do the driving for, is what you're saying?
That's definitely gonna be important because I mean TR England I think kind of jacked me around because they had me, like after got my license, they still had me sitting around because they didn't have trucks available. Like I went there to be a company driver, but they tried to transition me into a lease purchase uh, driver. And at the time, I wasn't sure that I really, really wanted to be a truck driver. This is something I'm like, hey, I'm gonna give it a shot. And I mean, turns out that I did enjoy it, but you know, a lot of them play games with newbies. So that's something to be very cautious of because you know right now I'm gonna tell you like the drivers are needed real bad. So I mean, finding somebody won't be hard. Is the main thing is actually finding somebody with some real integrity. That's
Damn. Everybody having
Yeah.
internet problems. Curtis, you there?
No, I'm still here.
Curtis the black man, he's there.
I'm still here.
Oh wait, he's back.
yeah, it just all of a sudden just threw me off. But like I was saying, I mean, just finding a company that's got some real integrity is gonna be, the part, kind of trusting your gut with the different people. Don't go for the first person that you talk. Interview some different companies, and some of these recruiters, that you might talk to, you know, I can't think of the perfect questions that I would ask right away, but that's something that, you know, you ponder on, you know, based on some of the stuff you've heard me say. I'm sure you can configure some questions that are actually you know, get you to the answers that you want to hear, and you know,
He
don't fall
said,
for
"I
no bull.
apologize." He said, "I apologize. This is totally off topic, but ironically, I was going towards that aspect for work. It's okay, brother. That's the reason why we're here. I want to build a community where we're all helping each other. We're really, I say, think globally and act locally. So if we can help each other, share information, and build a community together." Where we're actually helping each other out here in any kind of way, just with information on how to get your CDL, it's totally fine. That is not a waste of time here on this channel, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, each one teach one. That's my motto. So if I can help in any kind of way, I you know, I don't hesitate, you know. So if there's any other questions, by all means, I'm here to help out, you know. So
Yeah. My grandfather, he drove trucks for Eckert, I want to say. He retired from that.
Eckerd
And
Drugs.
yeah, the Eckerts, the
Oh
you
no, it's
know,
a trucking company called Eckerd.
no, he drove for the company like Walgreens or whatever, the CVS now.
Eckerd Drugs. I remember them.
Yeah, so he drove for them. He retired from them. He had a good life, man. He moved up to the country as an old man. Yeah, we have country here. You know, we got land out there, and you know that's how he lived his life. I mean, he had a pretty good life because his job he was away from the family, but I think it was like he got to come home every week, something like that, because they were short. His trips were shorter trips, but that might have happened over time. This is just from what I know from when I was a little kid. Who knows what he drove? Because he drove, I don't know, 40 years or some shit. He literally retired.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope not to have to drive that many years.
Yeah, I don't know how many it was. He literally retired as a driver. And he had a good life. He took care of his family. He always had money. He was a happy man. He said, "Thank you." He said, "Thank you, Ogunji, and Stream is General for being here." Well, thank you for being here and listening, bro. That's
Yeah.
why. That's what.
Yeah, and for Chaka, because you're the one saying it, it's she, like SHE.
Yeah.
She.
I keep saying it wrong, huh?
Yeah.
What am I saying? How am I saying it?
G, like I don't know, like almost like Gigi Gabor or something.
I don't know what it is. You know, I be studying languages, so that X is making me make a Z sound when it has that little I behind it. But you say it's she, right?
Yeah, she.
Ogun she. I got it. Yeah, man. That's cool though. I'm happy to help people, man. I really am, man. That just warmed me up inside. Just that this guy was able to get a little bit of information that, you know, randomly click on a stream on Twitch and then somebody is talking about their truck driver and just so happen to be that's what he want to do and stuff. That's the universe, right? That's the universe, right? 369. I put that number 1111 in that video. It's doing pretty good too. That last video we did, I don't know, the one I called 1111, 1111. I know you was on it. That video is doing good. I can't remember. Oh, that's the one with me, you, and Jay Lethal. And he was just going basically venting. He venting the whole video. Like that man had to get some stuff off of his chest.
Well, you know, I actually shared it with a bunch of my family and friends and stuff like that. I, you know, sent it out. Like the place where I could actually do it, share a lot was on through Messenger. So I mean, they like got the link through Messenger, and then of course, it brings them over to YouTube. But my auntie talked about it a little bit. I think she was kind of, I guess, a little proud about, she liked it, shall I say. But however,
because we, the young man, and then we stayed patient with them, and still, we finally got him to calm down towards the end, and also he also kind of gave in a little bit as far as like, I'm gonna think, y'all gave me something to think about and stuff. Like, I think we really did a good thing, and I think he went back and watched the video because he left a comment under it. And his comment was good conversation. So I think, it's therapy, man. We all need it, right? We don't go to the therapist. We should be going to the doctor and getting checkups and all that shit. So maybe I can help a little bit by giving some people some therapy, a chance to just
well, we all need to vent at some point. And I think for him, there was a few subjects. I'm sure he'll be back with more. But
he has his own channel on YouTube. It's called Jay Lethal. He does streams every Monday night.
Okay. And it's spelled the way it was on the Jay Lethal, LEETHAL. Yeah. I'll try to look him up and check him out.
Yeah.
My thing is not to try to really tell people, what to do or whatever, but maybe try to give a different perspective of thought. You know what I'm saying? I did, because a lot of times we do get caught up in our own, way, for too long, and until we open those gates to be able to discern differently, like have different, ideas of ways to see it, that we actually can have more growth,
And that's why I invited him on the show, and I invited him on there a couple of times because of that. Because on his show, the way he does his show is just him, kind of preaching to the choir of his algorithm group, And so, people gonna give you reassurance. They, like I say, the algorithm's gonna give you the rhetoric that you want to hear over and over and over again. You're in your bubble and you keep getting fed you think you're getting a variety of news or multiple perspectives on events, but you're not. Your algorithm is feeding you exactly what you want because the algorithm knows what you want, and it's gonna keep feeding you that. And you're really not you're getting a very narrow. The internet is big, but each one of us is getting a super narrow perspective of what's actually happening.
Because it's just sucking us into like a certain portal that we keep, kind of going right back into that same, whatever encourages our thought process. A lot of times that's what attracts us. But from what I've seen throughout my life is that most of my growth has come once I've been challenged. Whatever it is that I thought before, I can, having yes men might feel cool for a while, but you're not gonna grow unless whatever it is that you thought or believed has been challenged.
He said, Super Bias said, nah, on that thought, I ain't trying to go to no doctor. I don't need that bullshit. He said, I don't need that bullshit in my life unless I'm physically feel like I'm dying. And honestly, they probably let me die. I don't trust doctors. I don't trust hospitals. That's just me. He said, maybe an x-ray to make sure I didn't break shit if it comes to it. But nah, I ain't got the money for that. Bro, we sympathize. I completely sympathize with you, bro. I do not. I hate hospitals. I hate them with a fucking passion. I avoid them motherfuckers because, like my daddy used to say, that's where people go to die. And that shit stayed in my fucking head, bro. And I've seen old people like when they moving around and they still got a job and they're going and digging in their garden and shit, they stay alive. But as soon as they stop moving, like somebody done told them they sick or something, the doctor done put them on some shit, and now they laying up in a hospital bed. As soon as they laying up in the hospital bed or whatever, as soon as they start moving around, that's when they die, man. I know it. And I also don't. What did he say? Hold on. I don't trust the doctors either. I don't trust them drugs. I don't trust the pharmaceuticals. And if we want to talk about the jab, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I haven't been jabbed. And I'm gonna tell y'all what, people can be mad at me, but I haven't taken that shot in years, nigga. I don't fuck with that shit. None of that shit, bro. None of it, bro. And my daughter ain't had no shot in forever, bro. It ain't just because they done popped up talking about this damn giving us this jab, nigga. I ain't been on that shit for years. I don't want whatever the hell it is. I don't want that shit in my body, bro.
Look, I'm a very spiritual person, and I think a lot of sickness begins in the mind. Now, of course, some of these things do become physical, but I think that based on your mindset, you can, either, because I believe in natural.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the average male life expectancy is? Just on average. Well, we don't have to include smokers.
But wait, before anybody answer that, wait, hold on. Let me just say, I have to say a disclaimer, because earlier I was saying we need to go to the doctor, and I really do still stand on that. Okay, we just need to find a doctor that we trust, someone that their thoughts align with ours or whatever. And their disciplines are what we respect, like things that they've learned. They've actually learned nutrition, and you know what I'm saying, they've actually learned holistic types of medicine, and they can integrate, because some of the drugs, I hate to say it, sometimes we do have like chemical imbalances and so forth and so on. Sometimes we do need those pharmaceuticals. So I have to disclaimer that, and I do take antibiotics. I take antibiotics and pain pills. That's pretty much all I fuck with, and vitamins sometimes. That's pretty much all I really fuck with.
I'm not even really into the antibiotics because
But wait, one thing I just want to say, we do need to go to the doctor regularly, though. We do need to do that and have checkups and checkouts and men's exams and all of that. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of being healthy, because Curtis asked, what is the life expectancy of the men? And I tell you, it's going down. And the reason why it's going down is because we don't go to the doctor to deal with preventable as diseases.
There you go.
And we need to do it. That's the thing that needs to happen.
Well, I'm gonna be mean. I know this is your channel, and you give your perspective of it. But I think if we actually realized how much food is our medicine, that by us taking into account what we're actually putting into our bodies will put us in a position to be healthier. Now, I believe in science, 100%, but it's the focus of science, like the way that the science is directed, because there's a lot of things that, we don't have to use chemicals to fix what's going on with us. Nature, because even in the Bible it says that all the herbs, God gave us all the herbs for the healing of the I forget the exact how it was exactly written, but what I'm verse I'm speaking of, the healing of the nations. So I think that modern medicine has taken us away from the things that healed us before, because there's been thousands on top of thousands of years that our ancestors lived without what we call modern medicine now. So not to say that it's horribly wrong or just something that to never take into account, But at the same time, I think that, as you know, we could do better if we really pay more attention to our day-to-day interaction with our nutrition, and also understood what some of these different.
I get yearly checkups, man.
Let me
Yeah,
read a
I
couple
get
of
yearly
comments.
checkups.
Hold on. Let me read a couple comments.
I got to
Arch
get my
Linux,
charger.
Arch Linux 2 said recently they were saying men's life expectancy was going down because of the fentanyl epidemic. And
Yes,
Super Bias says,
yes.
well, that's the funny thing is like those chemicals are only stimulating regular bodily function. Yeah, so regular bodily function, when sometimes we need that. We need that. Like if our heart stop beating and they need to shoot that shit in your chest, nigga, I want them to shoot that shit in my chest so my fucking heart can start back beating. So I'm with that. But the other guy was talking about the fentanyl epidemic. That is a real fucking thing. I don't know if that can be alone exclusively as a reason for men's life expectancy going down, but there is a large percentage of people who accidental overdoses, and even people are using them to do suicides too, because that's what people are doing. So the thing
That's
is,
hard.
what's happening with the whole fentanyl thing is these doctors then got these people. We were talking about the damn drugs just a minute ago, the pharmaceuticals, and not taking them. So what happens is you get prescribed something and then you get on something, and then they have all these laws. The laws changed, whatever, they change the dosage, they give you a different drug, it's not doing the job, you go on the street and you end up taking some damn fentanyl or heroin, and you addicted to that shit.
Yeah, I don't know if that drug epidemic is what's actually changing it, because I think
That's
it's
what
more.
that's what I
Yeah,
said too. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that part, because, like I said, I mean, um, a lot of us are just day to day putting things in our bodies that just doesn't agree with us, and the things that they say is good for us a lot of times may not be. And as much as all of us are human beings, some of us have the you know have certain things that we put in our body that's going to give us a different effect than it will for others. And this, I mean, like, dairy, for most black people, that's not good. For other bodies, white people, and others, they may be able to handle it better than we can, but our bodies are a lot more sensitive to a lot of different foods.
I
So
think that breaks down to like genetics.
it
I
is
mean,
very
that's.
much it is a lot to do with our genetics. And
I
if
mean,
we think that
even
everything that
even
works for them.
even even as black people, like allergies and like things that might not be good for us. I mean, you really can't crunch that into it's everybody this color, because if you
Well,
do that,
no.
there'll be a hell of a lot more of us dead.
Well, and the
So
thing about it is,
it
a
breaks
lot
down
of
to
people that's
genetics. It almost sounds like you're talking about like lactose intolerant,
well, that's
just a
just
little
one
bit.
example. That's one example, because yeah, I mean, for most of us, we are. I mean, some of us have built a tolerance for it because you've done it so long. But if the average black person that has, and if they don't eat, drink milk, or take in milk, eating cheese and this, that, and the other for a month, and then eat it again, let's see how you react to it at that point. Like, if you totally, because I mean, if your body is used to it, something that you've done so long, you don't even realize that your body has just kind of just started dealing with it. But your biome
Yeah.
you know has been changed so much to where your your immune system has learned how to somewhat ignore those things, because it's just been getting overloaded. So
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, let me read the comments. He said, if I'm ODing on the fent though, yeah, best shoot that whatever they call that shit up police used to revive olding. But I stopped doing drugs because of how dirty it is now. He said, can you believe that? I stopped doing drugs because they don't give you the drugs that you want. He said, that's messed up. But I'm clean now because of that concept. Now I just smoke some weed. Yeah, that's all I do too, bro. Thank goodness for lactose-free milk, Arch Linux too said. He said, that's true too, though. Some people don't want the drugs without the fent. It's a thing. And I'm going to tell you about a little bit about what he's saying, because I'm aware that a lot of these drugs that people are buying on the streets are not even what they... Okay, so the thing is, people are making them at their house. They're pressing these pills just like as if they was coming from the actual manufacturers, and they make them look like those pills, but they're not those pills, and they made with the ingredients of whatever the hell them niggas had in their house. And so that's what the hell is going on. And they even can copy the serial numbers, but the ways that you can tell is like the manufactured ones are going to be pressed in, and they're not going to be powdery. Like the fake ones tend to be powdery, and the serial numbers won't look right. Something won't look right about them, and they won't be pressed in right or whatever. So if I'm going to do any kind of drugs like that, I want the fucking ones from the damn Bayer and the pharmaceutical companies. If I'm going to do some drugs, I want them hoes from the damn pharmaceutical companies. I don't want them from Tebow and Tyrone and them.
No, I actually knew some guys that when ecstasy was a big deal. Well, at least for me, I don't know what it is these days, but I say 10 to 15 years ago, probably closer to 15 years ago, I used to pop X or whatever, and I knew these guys that used to fill up capsules with. They was kind of doing their little mix or, whatever, putting in them capsules. And it didn't sit right with me. I did, like something that was more clean. I'm kind of like Chaka on that, something that, at least looks more, because I mean, the ecstasy, I know even for the ecstasy, that was something that was prescribed for, couples. When they, were having issues
but that's not that drug that's on the street. That's not those Bart Simpsons and whatever. Them hoes is made out of methamphetamines, or again, whatever the hell them niggas. They might be using rat poison and roach poison. It's whatever the hell they got. The fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I think they even had heroin. They
way more sophisticated. They way more sophisticated now. They have the machines to make these damn pills, bro. They got to press them.
Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, they had it then too, because all that stuff is not coming out of the Bayer plant. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody, these what they call them, the big time drug dealers, the shit. What El Chapo and them, they got it very sophisticated. They have a lot of that stuff sophisticated. Big, gallon bags of fucking pills, and they was coming across cheap at one time.
Because that's what's on the streets now. That's what's making money now, because they're making it more legal and more access to it. So, well, I've noticed like the prices on the streets for that is going up, but at the same time, it's more access. So, they don't make as much money off of it. I think that's why the prices keep going up too. They're not really making much money off of it. So these dudes, they make money off of those pills though, because they're making them at their house.
I guess so, because I mean, I don't really know the process. Like, I've never really been that deep into it. Used to get 5 to 10 for decent price and sharing with your friends. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, these days, I have no clue, no idea how any of that stuff is going on, because I mean, I'm past all that. I'm with our brother. Like I don't fool with it no more. I mean, I don't even smoke pot. I plan on going back to it at some point,
I'm
but
trying to quit. I really want to quit hard.
My retirement days, I might, have me a little. I might grow me a little something to.
And that's what I was about to say. Because guess what? Guess what? What's gonna scare the shit out of everybody that's listening? It's not just the damn pills. Guess what? It's the weed too.
It's getting tampered with too.
The weed is full of chemicals, and it's almost all of it, because I watched a documentary about it, and they was talking about how it's all fucked up, and really the people are addicted to the chemical weed. They don't even want the natural weed anymore because they didn't got addicted to the chemical weed, and that's what sells, and that's what people come back asking for, because they be like, oh, that other stuff was weak or whatever. So now, they want that gas. So, but the gas is that chemical as modified as motherfucking shit, and it's almost all of it. It's almost all of it. You can't even miss it. It's like now the way things are, the best, if you do want to smoke that, the best is some homegrown shit. Somebody it's not going to be as potent, and you're going to, but that's going to be natural and much more healthier for your body.
I'm sure that'll be fine with me, because I mean, like I have, like I've had some of this stuff before, and like one puff of it has me like, I don't want no more. So I mean, me having just some regular, homegrown, I'm sure that'll have me just fine, because my tolerance is not like a lot of the people I know that they might smoke 2 or 3 blunts in a day. And for me, I can't even take a whole puff without being, like having to sit down somewhere. So, and that's what pushed me to the point where it's just like, I don't want it.
It's really strong. It got stronger and stronger and stronger. He said they got those vape pens. I dig that. He said, gotta ask Ogum Shi that, do they scrutinize on the weed for driving if I don't smoke it while driving?
Oh yeah. That's gonna be because I mean, I'm sure you can get past some of the initial tests, but and then, I mean, I know people like, I got a friend of mine, of course I'll never say his name, but he smokes every day in driving in his truck, or either he pulls off somewhere and smoke or whatever. But I mean, I wouldn't recommend it personally, because I mean, for me, I just don't. But there's ways around it. Some people keep their stuff in the refrigerator, a backup, frozen or whatever it is, to, so that they're prepared for one of those randoms, because those can happen, whether it's through DOT or even the company that you may work for. So, I was leaving home one time, and they called me. It's like, hey, before you get back on the road, I just sent you an email. You take that over to the such and such place, gave the address, and I had to go take a piss test before I got on the road again. So, that's something that you definitely want to be very careful of. You don't want to waste your time and your money, because once you get in the truck, and it's heavily regulated. Like, they have a lot of rules against it, but that just depends on you, and how you want to handle your thing.
He said, keeping the piss in the freezer and warming it up is too hardcore for me, LOL. Yeah, though, because like he said, it's like that, what you said about the I've been in management, and like when you move up and you are any professional as job or whatever, that's how they do it. They don't, Now, if you know somebody, they'll give you a heads up, and depending on sometimes on the job, but sometimes depending on the job, that's how they do it. They just tell you that morning, you know, be at this place at 8:30 a.m. or whatever. And then they might not even tell you what it's about. And then when you get there, they're gonna be like, hey, yeah, we need a sample. And but pretty much that's how it goes. And you know, if you don't show up, that's like you missing the meeting or whatever. So, you know, that's gonna be your job.
Yep.
So I have to take a really quick break. I'm gonna play this. Y'all know, we was talking about dystopian novels, and we was talking about 1985. What's the damn book? 1984. I'm all fucked up now. Dystopian novels. We was talking about that in the other video. I got a little video. I need to take a quick break.
First of all, what dystopian novels influenced you as a writer? Which one comes closest to describing modern America? Is 1984 the operating metaphor? Is there some other book that people should be reading for insight into where we're headed? Because I think we do seem to be headed into this pretty weird dystopian place pretty quickly. Yeah,
we definitely are, and we're further into it than we're capable of perceiving. Because one lesson of every dystopian novel is that there are very few rebels. In every dystopian novel, there's a rebellious character. Winston Smith in 1984, I forget what he calls him in Brave New World, the savage or whatever, the guy who lives outside the walls, you know. And they usually end up meeting, or in Ray Bradbury's story, it's the fireman who doesn't want to burn books in Fahrenheit, whatever the number is, I can never remember.
451, I think.
Yeah, right. So you know, all dystopian novels, and they appeal to teenagers especially because every teenager likes to think of themselves as the one who wouldn't burn the books, or you know, the one who won't worship Big Brother, or the one who lives out in the woods and won't take the soma and, you know, be part of the manufactured happiness project in Brave New World. But it turns out that the lesson of those books is actually most people will do those things. And so one of the reasons that we're further, I think, along that dystopian, autocratic, totalitarian road than we think is that those books about it teach us that most people are either incapable or unwilling to perceive that change of circumstances. And that it's very rare to rebel against them. In fact, the one thing about dystopian novels that may be truly fictional are these heroes of dystopian novels who sacrifice everything and are put in the basement like Winston Smith with the rats in a cage in front of his eyes about to eat his eyeballs, that they're willing to go that far. I don't know many Americans who are willing to go to the rats are about to eat my eyeballs level of dissent. But in any case, I think there is no disputing that 1984 is an almost total, thorough, and uncanny portrait of how information is dealt with in a totalitarian society. The memory hole, cancellation. The Ministry of Truth, you know, all the sort of
the silent edits, you know.
The silent edits. I mean, he got it all right. Here's the things that are wrong about 1984. In 1984, it's a grim sort of industrial, ash-filled, cinder-strewn place where nobody has good clothes, and you have to get a bottle of gin that's any good, that's not the fake gin the government puts out, you have to go on the black market. That's not true here yet. In other words, we're living in a physical environment that's more like Huxley's Brave New World,
right?
Where everything is shiny and we have drugs to make us go up and go down, and where sexuality, at least
hedonism,
and hedonism are at least, you know, available to us on the screen. It's like we've got the built environment of Brave New World and the information environment of 1984. But the other thing that he couldn't imagine in 1984 was how easy the things that are done to massage and cancel information would become. Winston Smith has to walk to this hulking, dark, windowless building and sit at a desk all day, cutting up newspaper articles and, excising people from photos and actually dropping things into a memory hole that smoke comes out of, and now that's like one guy at Twitter between 10:30 and 10:35 a.m., pushing a button. They both got that wrong. But the dystopia that most frightens me, to be honest, and that I think is most prophetic, really is our own homegrown Fahrenheit 451. In Fahrenheit 451, if you remember, the fireman's wife lives in a 4-walled TV set. She's watching soap operas that are projected on the walls, and he's never very specific about the technology, but she seems to be entirely entombed within a glittering media experience. And he has to go out and do the rough stuff. And they have no, it's sort of like she's watching MSNBC and he's getting outside. And they can't communicate. And worse than that, he has a sense that there's a cultural forgetting going on. He deals with the implications of this more richly than I think Orwell does. He can feel cultural knowledge and cultural traditions and cultural complexity going away. And then there are the rebels who try to memorize books. They know they're going into a kind of monastic period in which they're going to have to preserve knowledge. And that feels true to me now. I get the sense that we're not the completely oppressed proles of 1984, nor are we the completely hedonistic, drugged out zombie yuppies of Brave New World. But instead, we are the kind of conflicted, worried people who always have the option to entertain ourselves, but inside have a nagging sense that a lot that's valuable is disappearing and we can't stop it. And so the human dilemma in that book seems to be the most apt portrait of our.
What you think about that? The one Fahrenheit 411, I think that was the one where they burn books, and like if they find you with books, they come and take you to jail, and like they burn all the books. That's really interesting.
Yeah, because I guess I didn't really get the full point, but I guess the first thought I had when it mentioned the whole 1984 is, the whole Rex 84 plan that I think is being exercised now throughout the government, that's leading to the type of government that they're pretty much trying to get the compliance of people, taking away a lot of the civil liberties that most of us have really enjoy, but the average person won't get off their ass to really be able to protect the things that they really do enjoy, and before they know it, they're in the middle of an oppressive state that it's going to be too late to get themselves out of. That's pretty much what I got from that. At least the thought that came to me when he was expressing that.
Yeah. So, but what about a lot of people talk about dystopian. I say it sometimes. So how much do you think we could possibly be living in a dystopian time? Here. Because that's what they were talking about in that little clip. They were saying, if we were living in a dystopian novel, which one would it be? And then the guy was saying it's a combination between the Fahrenheit 411 and I think a bit of 1984. I can't remember exactly what he said, but
yeah, I guess it would be better if I was up to date on a lot of these movies or books.
Yeah,
because some of the because I remember there was a movie, was a Fahrenheit 911 or was it Fahrenheit before one.
Yeah, there's a movie. Yes, there's a movie that's I think is based on that book, but the title I think is different from the book.
Okay.
And it's a movie where they go and they burn the books. Yeah.
So,
That's
and
what you're talking about?
the burning of the books was for them not to, be able to get knowledge, be able to history or
All that.
like detach them from
It's
understanding.
a way of control because they was afraid of like revolution.
Yeah. I guess based on history, we've kind of gone through a period like that before. In Europe, they did that. So, I mean, we probably, I mean, to honestly say, we've probably gone through an age of that so far. How well did it work? I think we got a lot of ignorance that's going around the world right now. Most people don't read.
So we got plenty of books, plenty of shit for them to read, and they won't even read the comments under their Instagram posts.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah, man. You got to stand for something or fall for whatever.
Yep.
So we lost our man, huh?
Yeah. He told me buy through text.
Oh, okay.
He jumped off during that last video. Kept him long enough. It was shit. We almost at 3 hours right now. 2:46.
Yeah, I see that. But you was about to say something. You was doing something.
I got 2 more videos. Hold on, let me see.
Oh.
The Arch Linux 2 said, I think the closest analogy of Fahrenheit 451 to real life would be the Chinese Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976. And I ain't gonna lie, I don't know much about the Cultural Revolution in China. I need to know more about that. So I can't even say.
Is that
but that's what you were saying, Pat.
That they had the
you saying
epidemic?
that something had happened past.
Well, yeah, I'm speaking
Like
of
I said, I can't even speculate.
Yeah, I'm speaking more of the time of like the 1400s to 15th century when they were they were burning a bunch of the books that the Moors had, trying to I guess get rid of a lot of the history that was happening before because they were they had went through their Renaissance period and gaining power, this, that, and the other. So I mean, we've gone through some similar things, but I don't know if they capitalized on it the way I think that they're trying to they're trying to currently, but
Super Bias say, go read the Bible. We don't need no 19 Fahrenheit shit. That will tell you what's going to happen and what will be disregardful of the shit people don't like. It's accurate to how much we're going to suffer and the tribulations. But I don't think you understand, Super Bias. But because in that book, I think that they burned all the religious books too. So I don't think that you would even be able to read the Bible in this scenario. And this is all hypothetical anyways.
Yeah. I mean, it is another book, and I'm not trying to
you can't go too deep in none of that stuff. It's all just some fantasy some guy wrote out of his head at the end of the day. Any one of us could write a book like that.
Well, yeah, and I'm not trying, because like I said, I don't want to shit on, some people's idea because I mean, some people see certain books higher than others,
They
and
need to not do that. They need to not do that. I look
they
at it as
shouldn't.
knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. I can get knowledge from any book, almost any book.
Yeah,
I like to read horror fiction. I learned a lot from that. A lot.
yeah.
I used to read spy novels. I learned a lot from that. Arch Linux 2 said, went back to oral tradition like before the Bible was compiled. I'm glad you said that, Arch Linux, because that is the history of our people. And one of the things that, like, when the Europeans came over and what they didn't understand, because they didn't find no writing. And that's another reason why they said that the people was uncivilized, because they didn't have no like sophisticated writing system like the Europeans. But what they don't understand is that they didn't need that, because they didn't use that. They used the oral traditions, and that's what school was back then. It was the elders telling the stories of everything. You know what I mean? The histories, the lineages. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, because the books did exist. They books did exist. Now, when you get into certain tribes, that's a different aspect of it, because yeah, the oral tradition was the way, and just like a lot of the books, I mean, instead of taking them literally, the story is there for you to pick the gems out of, and to learn how to make your own story that you're living through, being able to use those gems. So I mean, regardless of because let's say great grandma or whatever has a story of something that happened to her, she's not expecting you to live the exact same thing that she lived through.
It was
She's teaching you something, a perspective for you to be able to utilize in your walk.
right.
So that's the part that I think a lot of us miss, is that for some people, if it's better for you to learn believing, or trying to take on that part of these people in whichever book you're reading, or that is more significant to you, that it is an actual person. The main thing is to be able to grab those principles, those ideas, those perspectives, in order for you to be able to learn from.
And I love books. I love books. I love books. And
Yeah.
and I think we need books, and I think that is an advancement. But still, oral, that was just their tradition. That's the way they did it, and it worked for them. So they didn't have no. It's like the argument about the will, because they like to say the people are, not evolved because they didn't have the will, but they didn't have a need for the will.
Hey
The
guys,
way
what's up? Sorry to
what's up?
interrupt.
What's up, Thriller?
What's up, man?
What's up,
They,
boss?
did,
You
they
got
didn't
it,
have
man.
no need for the will. They didn't have no need for the will, and they also wanted to leave the land the way they found it. So wheels and roads is the reason why we destroy the environment. The way that they lived, they wanted to leave things the way they found it. So that's the reason why their technology was built around those concepts.
Hey guys, I just want to let you know I haven't been tuned in, and I apologize. I just like I've been working with some promoters, and I rolled out my mixtape and my album on Instagram, like the release dates. Dude, I'm nervous as fuck, dude. I'm like shaking. This is my first time. I've been working on music for 20 years. So I don't know if today's the best day for me to get on, but I did want to show my respects to you guys and just pop in, because I don't really know what you guys have even talked about this episode.
Hey, well, look, congratulations, man.
Thank you, man. I
Yeah.
hope it goes well. I'm really nervous.
Don't be, just breathe. You know what I'm saying? Let it
I was
flow.
gonna say that too. Just breathe, bro. Just breathe. And I'm happy that you're here, man. Happy for your time. Let me read some comments a little bit. He said, like I said, didn't read the book. Excuse my ignorance. This is super biased. but that's a good point to make. He said we don't need books. Hold on, let me see.
Honestly,
it's not like they're worthless, but as far as how we use them, I mean,
Arch Linux.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Arch Linux 2 said, true, although sometimes I need notes because I get forgetful. Yes.
You think I should stay on? What are you guys talking about?
Well,
we just watched a video of a guy speaking of the an idea of us living through certain things that certain books are I guess it was different books that
kind of try to predict a dystopian future for like the United States. So
could you define dystopian?
Totalitarian, no rights, prison.
Oh shit!
System,
no rights. Oh, it's like just like a slave,
being controlled. Yeah. So
that's already here.
That was the point of the video, is like comparing the way the world is now to those dystopian novels and seeing how how you can compare them. And it's like, so what do you think about that? So let's flip the spiritual.
And also, hold on, and let's also add the point that he was making about the average American that is not going to make the changes necessary to keep the luxuries or the to be able to keep the freedoms that they enjoy today, which may allow this to even happen.
And I think it's spiritual, because I think those books all were spiritual in a lot of ways. Like, those guys that wrote those books were religious people. And so like it was definitely coming from like a spiritual place. So let's look at it from that way. So if we living in a dystopian novel, right, and it's really a spiritual thing, and it's like some entity is feeding off of our energy, feeding off of our spirit, feeding off of us being miserable and being in a prison state and not being able to move around. Like in the movie Monsters, Inc., like they wanted to make the kids scream, and the screams and cries.
Yeah.
That
Monsters,
was the
Inc. Yeah,
that was the
energy.
How about we use this scenario, like being locked in your house and told that not being able to go to certain places, keeping you in fear that something that's out to kill you, with and then when you do go, you better cover your face. Kind of like what we went through the last year and a half.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and what controls you more than fear? What's the
And
most?
that's the thing, and them feeding the energy, like that's one of the things that through some of these, because I don't want like, not all those fraternities, like Masonic fraternities, utilize this, but some of them are actually getting their powers off of the fear. And I don't know, some of y'all may know about that whole adrenochrome.
I've definitely heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, they, of course, this is, hearsay for me, but that's one of the where they try to take some of the purest blood, which would be a child, put them in a certain level of fear where the adrenaline is pumping through their blood, and then they take that blood, and that's supposed to.
That was a Simpsons episode.
What's that?
I think that was a Simpsons episode too.
Well,
and they predict all the future shit. I don't know, whoever's the Simpson guy. I mean, I don't know why I'm yelling. But he's I'm so nervous for that. He's a time traveler. He got to be. Unless he's got a magic crystal ball.
Well, some of these
Actually,
people
it
that
might.
predict predict the future may be a part of these things that's they put. I mean, because a lot of these things that's happening right now,
Oh,
a lot of these things that's happening right now was planned.
plan. That was the plan. So they did the episode about the plan before the plan was complete. Uh-oh, what's going on? Bro, I hate the whole thing about fear because that's what keeps you enslaved is fear. Because if you keep 8 billion people in fear, then you got 8 billion slaves. We all are slaves to like freaking, I don't even know how many, probably like whatever the fallen angels number is or whatever the hell.
Well, I mean, fear is I would say is one of the emotions that will allow us will send us down the road to a form of slavery, because that will make you give up your rights or civil liberties in the name of protecting yourself and your people around you. So what is it? Oh damn.
Okay, so I got this like idea real quick. Sorry guys, I haven't ate, and I'm just but like they programmed us to not even know we're in fear. Like our parents and shit wanted us to do a certain thing, and now we're in fear if we don't do that because they're not gonna accept us. So it's like even minuscule, or like like fear like that, like that you wouldn't think is fear. You would think it would be like making your parents proud, but it's still fear.
Well, I think at this point, like our parents were programmed so well to where they programmed us, and a lot
They
of the
were.
things, some of us will have that rebellious spirit to where, and I think it's a lot of the alignment of the planets that's allowing, people of our age and even younger, because I mean, even the kids now are more rebellious than we were. So, some of us are kind of sliding out of that programming, but a lot of it has locked us, locked our parents in, because like when it came to certain situations that they're pushing us to in a certain line of things to do, they did right away, because to them that was the only thing to do. And then for some of us, we're kind of like, I don't, I'm gonna wait and get more information, or I just don't believe in it. And if you understand what without me saying, one of the hottest topics that's going around today, a lot of us are rejecting it because we're breaking the program.
We are. I feel like we are. I love YouTube for that. I feel like YouTube is the greatest education system ever in existence. Like, if just the right videos were beamed into everybody, but a lot of them are.
Well, it's still a great deal of even people that's our age that that's getting trapped by this fear, and
I'm in like paralyzed fear right now. Fear of failure, fear of being judged and everything. And it's like, why did you want to be a rapper, bro? I was like, this, you weren't ready, what?
Well, don't hang on to it, because when you're doing that, you're feeding the beast. You're oiling the machine, as Chaka would say. So one of the things is to allow yourself to be free and accept it for whatever it's going to be. And when the time comes, you react in the best manner that you can at the time. I mean, that's the only way that you can live. You know what I'm saying? If you allow all these other things to control, without them telling you how to feel and this, I mean, you really have to just let go and let God or let the universe take its place. And when it's your time to walk, you make your step. I mean, don't let the fear do it to you, because I mean, you're allowing the beast to feed.
Yeah, because the beast knows I'm fucking rapping against him. I said this to in my like introduction in one of my skits. I said, I'm not trying to be the beast, but if the universe created a beast, I could be the beast they created to take that beast out. So I am a beast, though.
Well,
So when I say I'm the beast, I'm not saying I'm the beast that y'all are talking about.
No, I understand you a beast. You
I'm
know,
a beast. Yeah.
you're a beast. You know, which I
I
think
should
all
say
of us have.
that. I should
Huh?
use a instead of the. A
Yeah,
beast.
yeah, you're a beast, and we all have that. You know, a potential. You know, it's locked in, and I think when if the things get to a certain point, what we know ourselves to be will shut off, and that part will take on and do what needs to be to clean up
I feel like I just
our
waged
planet.
war against the entire music industry, bro. I'm not ready, bro. Fuck. I am. I'm calling them all out. They're all got 666. They all got devil shit all over them. Shit, bullshits.
Well, let's talk about that because we talk. I don't know. Did we talk about in the video? We was offline. You know, since I've been doing all these videos, I have a problem because I be talking to people a lot. I talk a lot, right? I can't remember if I did it online or if I did it in person. You know what I'm saying? Or through a text or we was on the phone. My brain got it all mixed up. But anyways, I don't know. I know we talked about it, but it might have been online. But about the music industry, the evil in it.
That was your last episode, but I didn't get around to watching it.
Or
Bro.
perceived evil.
Right.
Because I mean, for me, when you said 666, a lot of times some of these things are misunderstood and spoken in code.
I do agree. It was like, oh, I know it, but I'm teasing it as if I'm the devil, though, which is also evil. Because why don't you just enlighten us on what you really mean?
Well, the devil is a perspective that we all hold to. I mean, we have a polarity.
A good and a bad side kind of thing.
Yeah. And I mean, for you to not accept or try to suppress that
one side.
Yeah, I mean, it'll still make it grow at some point. It'll come out of you. So
I
mean,
just-
one of the best things is to at least be able to recognize your negative side, your bad side, or whatever. But I think a lot of times within the music industry, not to say that they're not doing things that can harm others, but they're a lot of times expressing things in code that the majority just don't understand.
Well, that's whack as fuck because fuck your code and shit because I'm sick of this little sneaky deceiving shit because it's fucking with my mental state and many mental states that I've met that try to do this fucking music shit because.
But what I'll say, let me jump in. What I'll say about that is that our education, that's what I always scream. And the thing is, like, let's say the 666 of like the number of, what is it? The number of chromosomes, the number of
yeah.
Neutrons,
I have heard of it good. We are 666.
Exactly. The human, and our human biome, but what is it? Yeah, protons, neutrons,
but then they
and
put
electrons.
that fucking behemoth or whatever the hell. That reverse pentagon or whatever.
Well, no,
you're talking about the Baphomet and
yes,
and you're talking about Wicca and like
the Baphomet. Now, just to clear, let me just clear that up real quick because that was an ancient symbol for Capricorn.
Oh.
And like a lot of these symbols, have to be broken down. And if you look at the universe as an evil place, then yeah, but it's just a way to express, your masculine and feminine, a balance of your masculine and feminine sides, and also the constellation in which that entity comes from, that energy. So
Yeah,
it's
I got.
it's a lot to it.
So okay, so I'm gonna go off topic. Just bear with me. I'm ADHD. I didn't take my meds. I didn't do shit. I'm off my game tonight, but you know what pisses me off the most is all these people worshiping these artists like Drake, right? I'm not jealous, but I am pissed because as a rapper, I put my heart and soul into this and no one writes my shit. Yet in the credits, Drake has 71, 80, 100 fucking writers, bro. What? You got 100 writers credited on your shit, and they're like, oh, well, he writes other people's songs. So I look it up. Same with like Kanye, it's like pop songs for like Rihanna and shit. It's like, okay, so he writes pop songs, but he's the best rapper alive. When other people write his shit, come on, dude. If you're gonna be a rapper, you can't have ghostwriters. That's not it. You're just doing covers of somebody else's songs.
No, that's not really true, bro. I used to think like that, but all the
this
good
same
songs,
Madonna, bro. They're fucking
no
stepping into the octagon.
No.
This is
every good song. Listen to me. Every good song probably had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 writers on it. I got no writers. I used to do music, and it that's how it goes, bro. A good song is gonna have a bunch. You want more input.
Well, then put him on your feature. Get a good artist to feature you, man. Because I'm sick of that. How is he the best rapper when he doesn't write it, bro?
Well, he's a great entertainer, and I think that's more so. I think and performer. I think that's more so what he gets.
He's the GOAT entertainer and performer. I'm with that, but don't slap the rapper title onto that because.
Well, and also rapper is another thing that because I mean when you really get into the terminology, I think that kind of messes with people's mind because a lyricist.
All right,
and a rapper are totally different things. So
what's up?
Don't get caught up in all of that.
What's up?
But I also noticed they have stage designers, they have stylists, they have teams, they have managers, they have handlers and managers, which is like weird. They have like who are they? They're just a puppet, like walking around. They're the mascot or whatever. But they got like all these fucking shit. That's whack, bro. I like Lil Wayne because Lil Wayne did the mixtape game, and you can watch him, bro. There's videotape. He doesn't have writers. He's just rapping. He doesn't even have a chorus. He's just rapping through. Like I like that. Like if you're gonna call yourself the best rapper, the GOAT, don't call yourself the GOAT unless you actually fucking.
Well, I don't know. I've never heard Drake actually say himself. That I think he's been proclaimed by others to be, and mostly like his fans.
That is true.
Yeah, like I've never really heard him say that himself, like he's the best, this, that, and the other. And I think he even admitted himself that he's not writing all this stuff, but I mean he does come out with, a great album when
it's amazing music.
Yeah, and that's mostly what the average person cares about. It's us, the artists, that. Well, I'm an ex-artist, but
hey, wait, hold on. Let Bias jump in there. Introduce yourself. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, brother? No, we changed the topic completely, and I mean that's great and all. Like I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry.
I see where you're coming from. No, I totally agree with that. I
That's how
totally agree with that. And you know what? I wish you the best when you try to drop that new album because, man, the whole industry is screwed up, brother. So
thank you, bro. I feel like I'm looking.
So I wish you the best, man. I wish you the best. You're going to be fighting the devil because the devil is the industry.
So what you want to talk about, Bias?
No, nothing really. I just figured I didn't realize I could happen on this conversation. So
we're open.
Thank you for allowing me to be in the conversation. I asked you, Ogun, sorry, really. I'm trying to become a truck driver too. I'm trying to get my CDL too.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to do really with my life. I'm trying to bother with anything else too fancy.
nothing to it but to do it. You got a good driving record?
No, of course. Yeah.
Hey, can I tell you a
at
weird
least
fact?
nothing that I've been caught on, so I can say that much.
When my mom and my dad got divorced, my mom dated this truck driver for 8 years. Well, he actually owned a trucking business in a village. But I went on like truck shows with show trucks, and I went on like haul trips to different states with him. And I sat in the truck and I rode the truck. I know what I mean.
You enjoyed it?
It was I still remember the feel of the truck, you know, just like how fucking.
Yeah, my son has gone on the road with me a few times, and of course, he was cool because he had the PlayStation and stuff in the back.
Mm-hmm. The bed, the little bed, and the screen, the PlayStation. Those were fun times, actually. As a kid, I liked those.
Yeah.
I had Need for Speed. I was playing that Need for Speed Underground.
Yeah, I think he was into the Ultimate. What's that damn game? With all the superheroes, Ultimate something.
Not sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Bro, I'm whipped, guys. I'm tired as fuck.
You just got here, bro.
Isn't it time though that like we stop living in fear though? Come on, man. Let's just go for it. And actually,
We got nothing to worry about. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but man, I love me some Jesus, man. Jesus is going to fix all of it as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, if you believe in one way, man, like everything, all this is going to be smashed. We all kind of irrelevant, and I'm fine with that. That doesn't bother me in the least. Just be proper up until that point. That's my mentality.
See, I'm gonna get a little bit controversial real quick. And I hate to do it because I love the idea of Jesus, but man, if I watched a fucked up video where it was like it showed me that maybe I should just send you the link to the video.
Let me take this bullshit glasses off. Like, if everybody ain't gonna try to be cool, I'm gonna try to be cool for it. You know what I mean? Like, really.
Well, I'm gonna say that we need to lift up our energy that he lived with, or that is expressed of him.
Christ consciousness.
But go ahead.
Yeah, that type of consciousness, because it's never been one man to change the world. I mean, it might be one man that might have started a war, but it was thousands, if not millions, that actually fight it. So I mean, it's upon us, the people, to take that mindset that he had. I think that's more so what the book tries to teach us, is that we need to take on these the principles in which he gave and live by that, and instead of allowing.
Yeah, that is I love the idea of like that, the principles and the consciousness.
Because like love thy neighbor,
Yeah.
So does it even matter if he was real or not?
Give to the poor. Do we do
I mean,
that?
for me personally, I can't doubt that they aren't real. Like, the idea of a ultimate God is not something that is like outrageous to me. Like, even if you think of that concept, if we're going with Christianity, the God does not admit that there are other gods. So you can count every other belief system to be real. So I mean, with that being said, it's your choice what you want to choose. That's all I got to say about that. Yeah.
I do. Well, if the devil exists, I just fear that he was Jesus. Like, okay, so I just watched a fucked up video where it was like, basically Jesus was the devil because he's pretending to be God's only son. You know what I mean? Like he ain't gonna save you in the afterlife. Like he's just trying to get worship.
I don't know if it's quite that, but you know, if you
Just a
study
man trying to be the one. I don't even know, man. Because I try to be the one all the time.
Well, look, if you studied other religions or even books that existed before the Bible, ancient books and things like that, a lot of them have kind of, somewhat recopied the same kind of stories, but changed names of the people that
That is
was in
also
that
true.
book.
That is part of the video, actually.
So, I mean, because Lucifer, who in the Bible that turned out to be the fallen angel,
Yeah.
previously was the same person, or energy that Jesus is in the Bible.
Yeah,
So
because
I mean,
what the fuck? Is Lucifer Jesus? I think they flipped it on us.
in a different
Lucifer is
in a different book,
definitely.
yes, he was the
Oh, yeah,
light.
okay, in
I
a
mean,
different book.
they,
Yeah.
they even
The light, right? The light
so they
bringer.
usually what they usually do, they take the story from the previous, and then they condemn who was the the major figure in that book, make them bad, and then bring up this new one. The whole
Yeah.
thing is to not get caught up in all these different people, or
It's
as
so confusing. I'm fucking
Yes,
lost.
yes. No, you don't need to be too confused. Just act accordingly like a good person. I think that would be a good basis to start off
that's
with.
that's the whole premise. That's the entire premise. Exactly. That's the entire premise, is to pretty much just use those principles that's being taught, actually act on these good things, these good traits. We're, of course, we have the polarities of good and bad in us. We have to make the choice in which, is going to serve ourselves and humanity, the rest of humanity. So, I mean,
Hey
I
guys,
say don't get caught up in in all of the who is who and this and the other, because if we replace if we replace, we could put you as Jesus, Chaka as Moses,
Shaka's Jesus.
me, it's all about what the story is trying to tell us, regardless of what name we use.
Wait, not Jesus is the devil. I mean,
We get bothered in labels, but the premise is always going to be the same.
It's likely another book that'll come afterwards will have him as the enemy.
Okay, guys, I gotta change the subject because I have no idea. I have no idea about it. But like I said, man, if Jesus comes down, I'm bowing the fuck down. I'll accept him as my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, but what if? Okay, with that being said, wait, excuse me, sorry to interrupt you. But what if Satan comes and offers you the world, and would you bow down to that also? If any god, if anything, if any god, there's a lot of gods out there, really. You got Odin.
That's what he did to. Isn't that what he did to us?
Yes, that's exactly what he did with Jesus in the desert. He showed him all the wonders of the world. And that always made me laugh, because it's like they're showing me things I already own. That's funny as hell to me.
Hey guys, is it just me, or is everything about sex and sex appeal? I think the whole world operates on sex. It's just like a one big sex fest. Every single thing you do is sex. Like, oh, you talk, like, even every demeanor, you're trying to appeal and be sexy. Everything's sex. And then also, I noticed in the city, it's clout. That's why I put this shit on. Whereas, like, in a small village or like in a small town, it's more family and putting in your work in the village. Whereas in the city, it's clout and sex all day.
Well, I guess whatever's being promoted is, as, because I'm sure even like in the little country town where, like, some guy is the shit. And,
there's always a big big man on
Yeah.
campus.
I mean, it's just like in the jungle. I mean, there's many lions, but then there's one who exemplified the rest of them, and all the women want them.
Fuck, man. I feel like everything revolves around sex. Like everything I do is just like, okay, I'm gonna wear that shirt because it looks
I
sexy.
don't think it's about sex. I think it's about character. I think that's the word you're looking for. It's character.
No,
What is
I
it?
mean,
What does
Characteristics.
Anna say? Anna says, was it your identity is based on sex and sexual orientation?
Oh wait. How are you guys even seeing
I'm
these
not
other
certain about that.
comments?
but not sex is in gender. I mean, sex is in like physical sex.
I mean, your
yeah,
identity.
but in the context in which he's saying that is based on gender, and you know, of course, that's one way to identify, but that's not primary. You know,
Like right now, I'm thinking about getting off this and masturbating.
Okay.
I swear to God, I'm gonna be open with it.
That's
And I'm
way
thinking
too
to
much
myself, why is
information, bro. Nobody wants to know
Hey.
this, bro. That's way
I feel like
Nobody wants to know it, but I mean, I guess I can't call you a
That's
liar, so
TMI.
fair enough.
Bro,
that's
we don't want to
TMI.
know that, dog. That's private information, bro. Keep that.
Yeah,
safe.
I mean, enjoy yourself, but that's a little, too much info.
Yeah,
for me.
Yeah, but
if
I
you
don't
want
wanna
to do
hear-
that, that's just there's
That's
your own
on
business.
you, bro. That's totally private.
Oh man,
You
I
see
should have
how
listened
they
to my
said-
horoscope. They're like, don't do it. Don't
Listen
do
to their
it.
horoscope.
I'm
That's
kinda
kind of funny
interested
too,
to
man.
hear, more so
But I
what
wanna
Anna is trying to
continue on,
say
continue.
with her comment because, is there any more context to it? Because, yeah, you can identify that way, but, I mean, she's saying that is that is that that's a primary way of us identifying ourselves or each other?
I'm sure she's watching. Hopefully, she leaves another comment. So he's asking, to expound on what you mean by your identity is based on sex and sexual orientation. Because
Hey,
I feel like your sexual orientation and what you're like and like your gender are not necessarily aligned, because I like to say, masculinity and femininity is fluid and it moves back and forth. Men and women have different degrees of masculinity and femininity, and it doesn't really have anything to do with your sexual preference.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to identity, because
with identity, other people like manly men, they try to be overpowerful and manly and like I know like I'm not gonna mention any names, but we all know that guy. Like that is
My
just,
point.
like snap out of your
It depends
gender
on where you
real
want to
quick.
go from it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, we're all physical beings, and based on, what level of consciousness you're in, may lead you to identify more so that way. Because if you're more of a spiritual being, have more of a spiritual consciousness, a lot of that stuff, really doesn't matter so much as far as identity, because, I mean, most people, they'll say I'm a Christian before they say I'm a, I mean, some things, you don't really need to self-identify by, because people gonna see you for what they see you as anyway.
Yes.
And that, I think that's what she meant, because see, she said, I meant it's a growing part, at least not in the U.S. So basically, that's kind of like the political stuff. How like I be talking about identity politics and how like certain groups just kind of identify themselves as certain groups. Like I was talking to my daughter about how like maybe you're in high school, right? Maybe you're not the pretty girl, right? Maybe you're a little bit chubby.
Chaka, bro, I forgot.
And then you
Did
just
your
take
daughter
on,
watch these?
you take on this identity of, like a LGBTQ or whatever, just to kind of fit in or just to be in a group or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And it's trendy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
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 That's what I've noticed that. They're also putting shit in food that makes you more feminine, I read.
Yeah, BSF. They got the soybeans. They got the HGH in the milk, man. Whatever,
Yeah, like everything we
all
do,
the
like,
food's
even the
poisoned.
soaps we put on.
Can't be worried
Fluoride.
about that. We can eat it and it's delicious and it's okay. You know,
Yeah.
if it jams up and gives us a cancer down the line, well, I guess that's just going to be the side effect of the fact that the food's poisoned.
That's the American way, because
But
it's
we
so
we
crazy.
need to be more feminine because we fucking slayed each other. We ran at each other with swords.
Well, I
and
think the
cut each other's heads off.
balance is what's going to be important for us all throughout. You know, like going into our future, like us keeping the balance, because yes, we need to have a sensitive side, but at the same time, we need to also. I mean, we have to be men. Women need to be women. Of course, we're all I think all of us at some point are having some kind of struggle because maybe we're overwhelming. As a guy to a woman, being too aggressive or whatever. Like, we all have to find the balance, and that's the main key. No, most people don't care what you choose to do with your sexuality, but at the same time, as humans, in order for nature to exist, we have to play the rules, play by, what I'm saying, play by a certain level of rules. So
I think the
balance
powers
is
that
key.
be, I think the powers that be agree with Thriller about maybe wanting us to be, more feminine or whatever. Because think about the prison inmate and how what the stuff they put in their food in prison, like so they won't get erections and stuff like that. A lot of those people are fucked up if they've been in there for over a long period of time because they've been eating that food with that shit in it that supposed to like make them less aggressive and shit.
That's true too. No. They also keep it real cold in prison for that reason. So you want to hole up in the bed.
I think the eyes
make
in
you
the sky.
docile. They make it extra cold in prison.
I think the eyes in the sky are like enough's enough. They got nukes. They're gonna nuke They're gonna nuke each other. They ain't running with swords anymore. They're running with nukes. They're like, man, we need to tone down the masculinity.
I think it's a different, dynamic when we're talking about.
Anyway, I gotta smoke both, so I'm gonna cut the camera off. But I'm still talking.
Yeah, can I cut the camera off? Because I'm fucking anxiety ridden. Guys, can you do
bro? This is podcast style. I be telling everybody. It's really about the audio. At some point, I want to turn these shows into like audio streams. I'm trying to get on Spotify and shit. So it's really about the audio. I do these podcast style, so it's really not trippy. I don't be tripping about the video at all.
So much better.
Yeah, it's really about the audio.
My question.
Nobody gives a damn how you look like, man. It's 2021 at this point.
Fuck,
we're trying to have a conversation.
Look, let me ask this, because I guess I'm more concerned about of course, prisoners. I think some of them are like they need to have a certain level of control because like with it, this sexual stuff in prison can probably get out of hand. There's a raper.
I don't like that at all, man.
But listen,
that's a slippery slope.
Honestly,
but listen.
In jail, you should get the death penalty.
Well, but listen, my thing is, like, average everyday people on the street who have not committed any crimes, why are they subjected to getting wanting them to be docile? Because in my opinion, is to be able to take control of you easier, to keep you where you won't fight for your rights.
No, both of y'all thinking like the elite people probably. Because look, the people out here, free world people, rape people all the time. Just because they're not in prison don't mean they don't rape people.
Just because they got in prison doesn't mean
they just ain't got caught. They just ain't got caught, bro. They be raping people all the damn time. Come on, man.
But no, listen. The
people in India. I'm all the time. 1 in 5 every 20 minutes. It's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statistic.
Well, I'm not saying like because I mean a rapist anywhere to me is bad, on the streets, in the prisons or whatever. Yes. My perspective is that more so just me and you, us guys here on this live. Why must we be subjected to that type of stuff in our food, our drinks, and things like that?
we gotta grow our fuck it. We gotta grow our own food. We gotta raise our own cattle, man. I don't
it
trust
has
nothing.
something to do with like, production. Like it produces more. They put like you guys know Trent, all that. Like a lot of the bodybuilders builders use Trent now.
The hydroglyphics tell us.
I mean, just think about it. Like, there's a lot of women out here disappointed in men because they're not men. Like,
because they can't perform. They can't. They don't act like men.
Fuck,
They
man.
aren't men.
I hate
so to say.
the cookie cutter woman these days, man.
Wait, and that's my point, because you could think about the United States as an open air prison. If not saying I think of it that way, if there was someone out there who was thinking of it that way, then and just like you were saying, the people inside the prison should be taking this stuff so that they can be more docile and
So how do you get out of the
aggressive.
prison?
Who's to say that
You gotta
somebody
create
on a
business?
larger scale is not thinking like that for the United States citizens?
For the United States in
I mean,
general.
Well, Earth. I mean, can you leave Earth?
Yo, who the hell created astrology? Was that Pluto?
So, I mean, you can see it as a prison because, I mean, you can't leave it. But I mean, that's a large level, like universal type thought. But as far as we're talking about having freedom, the freedoms that we do have here on Earth, we can't, we're chemically being attacked to be less aggressive to those who may try to
be tired too.
Well,
and to be foggy, and to be a robot. Basically, okay. So fuck. I mean, but look how fucking smart humans are. Like, for real though, a human knows astrology. We have like fucking names for planets, and like we know about astrological signs and shit. Where did that shit come from? Are you kidding me? That blows my mind. What human fucking thought that shit up? And how is it even?
A lot of cultures got different type of astrological signs.
Really?
A lot of them.
Yeah.
There are so many different.
And they're some
So
of them are
many
calculated differently. But
I mean,
yes,
that is also a good observation. True.
The study of the stars has been going on for millions of years.
Oh man, I just want to go back to the fucking time machine because we could create anything really. Like we are traveling through time right now, bro. 1 second, 2 seconds. We're traveling. We're time travelers right now.
Yeah, but why would you be worried about that?
Because they're time traveling back and creating the ripple, which is gonna fucking kill us all.
What do y'all think about the
maybe
idea
not.
Oh, the great reset. Fuck.
Thriller.
I'm so in fear. This is fear mongering. They got me. God damn it. They got me tonight.
Are you scared about it? Are you scared about it? That's my question, actually. If I got to ask. Are you scared?
I'm more curious because, like, I what the whole thing was time travel. I just kind of looked it up and then I saw a picture of me, bro. I know it's me because it's my uncle sitting. It's my uncle sitting right next to me, and that's when I showed my mom. I'm like, look, it's me. She's like, no, look, it's Uncle Jeff. I'm like, I know, but look next to him. It's me.
That's fine. I believe you, man. We got a whole reincarnation concept possibly going on here.
That could be
like there might be a possibility there, like with that. There's so many
let's talk about that.
That's what I mean.
Let's talk about that. In the other video, when I was talking with Brendan Thriller, we was talking about the Matrix and how, like, people regenerate into the Matrix, like, and like if life was.
You know what? I'm popping my medicine because y'all got me on
a video game.
Y'all got me like we got to talk existential now at this point.
Damn. I was talking about the Matrix. I was talking about the Matrix and like the video, life being like a video game, and like he was talking about reincarnation and how like maybe it's like that's you regenerating back into the game.
Or just like you like starting kind of like the game updated, like you got a new it's like okay, so there was like a new year version of it's the same game, but it's like how like Madden comes out every year, Madden 2012 it's like a new game.
I mean just think about this, because I mean if you lose, like let's say you start off with 4 or 5 men, in the game, and after so many mistakes, you're gone. But then you flip the switch and you're back in the game again. So I think that's kind of like what you're saying, right? Todd?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't even know, guys.
I believe it because I mean, like, the Matrix is real, and
right, multiple universes construct real.
Definitely. It is real though. They tell us it's real.
Yeah,
they show us.
In what?
He said they
because,
show
I mean,
us.
if you think about the universe as the actual game system, like, you know, it's PlayStation. The universe is PlayStation or Xbox. Like, the possibilities just based on the way we're programmed. You know, we all have a certain disc or download that we, you know, and play certain parts within the universe. I mean, it's like so real. I mean, I even look at the universe, like this whole idea of the World Wide Web thing.
Yeah, okay.
You ever heard of Wah Wah Wah, the devil's thing? World Wide Web? WWW?
And I think it's interesting when you think about it as an avatar too, right? Because you're just playing this avatar, and then like me and Brendan was talking about in the other video, it's like that kind of makes racism really stupid because if you're hating on the other person's avatar, it's their avatar.
Yeah.
For real. When you play a game, I mean, you can pick the character, but really, do you go around and just literally think about that all day? Or do you just like, oh, no, he's part of that tribe or whatever. We got to work with this tribe to complete that mission to get here or whatever. You don't sit around and be like, oh, look at his skin color. Fuck this tribe.
Yeah, that would be like, I mean, I really think that would be the stupidest thing ever.
Look at his skin color.
Oh, shit, man.
But I mean,
it's so ridiculous.
But if you really think about it, somebody with that type of focus is gonna lose because, like,
they think about the wrong shit.
Just think about the wrong thing. That's a video game, man. Just one time.
They're not even playing the game. They think about some other shit.
Yeah, shoot, that's somebody in Fortnite. As soon as they drop to the ground, bam, you go, because like your mind is focused on, you know,
it's a different thing.
Not your intimate danger, like the thing that actually you're most in danger of. You're thinking on something that's maybe far away from you, and you know your focus is way over there where you should be dealing with whatever's right there in front of you. So yeah, those people lose automatically.
I love that.
And then wait. The other aspect.
I don't love that they lose, but I love that we're bringing awareness. Like, I love how aware we are of this right now.
But wait. What if those people that lose, those are the people that's lost in the game? We was talking about how simulated, the simulated part of the game, the minions that just come out there for you to get munched. You know, they're just part of the game, and they're just, you know, they don't have no life outside of the game because they're just, you know, in there as part of the game.
Yeah, but extras. You don't realize when you go in that battle royale games, like literally 40 of them are bots anyway. Dude.
Yeah, dog. That's so trippy because that's lonely feeling. That results in a lonely
real people, bro.
Like, are you real?
Just think about the stripper in GTA. I mean, what purpose? You know, what purpose is she really serving?
She just said get fucked and then go disappear on the map.
So think about this. Think about it like you, all right, and then how many people maybe in the universe, maybe some of the people are CGI people that are just part of the game and they're not even really there. I saw this movie where the guy didn't know if people were real because it was like the fog and it messed with your brain, and then it like people that wasn't there would be there, and then he shot this guy with shotgun, bow, and the wife was like, "Why'd you do that?" And he was like, "Oh, y'all are real."
Don't do that. Hey, don't do that.
Hey, Chaka,
Yeah, no,
look,
no.
You
just
always
just
bring
just
that
think,
dark shit
just
up,
but
Chaka.
no, just think about this. Your mom and your dad might be just CGI. Your brothers and
That's
sisters.
what's really trippy, bro.
I
That's
tell you
so
guys,
sad.
I just got
If
that
you're
stupid ass Oculus Quest 2 bullshit. It was only
Yeah,
My mom and
$300. I
my
put
dad
that
better
shit on.
not be
Like,
CGI.
it's hard to tell now when you mess around with
like
that. Like, you know,
these are people that you have attachments to, but they
So
not really
deeply.
like, you know, the only reason why they're in the game is to
we're
serve
smoking weed.
a certain position for you to, you know what I'm saying, to either be able to be, you know, when it comes down to it, what decisions will you make? You know, based on your connections to this person or that person, whatever, because like I
and
mean,
then you set the levels for the game on easy or hard or very hard or whatever, and
Guys,
maybe
can I tell you?
and
Can I
even
tell
you
you
even pick your parents. And then, but this
how
from
much
this
I
point
love
of
my
view,
mom?
then that means that you're the only person that exists in the universe at all,
Fuck
right?
that. I love my mom. Don't talk about my mom like that. Fuck that. I love my mom. I love her so much. I want the time machine so I can live forever with her. That's why I want it. So I can save her because I don't want to watch her die. I want the technology. I want the medicine.
Hey, I love my mom too. I love my mom too, bro. We all love our
I,
mom, bro.
we do. I know I love my mom, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, I mean, anything that I talk about that's, you know, deep, is just kind of like she just looks at me like,
Yo,
you
dude,
know,
she does. My mom does the same shit. Stop messing with me. She does. She be like, oh, Brandon, stop it.
Hey, listen, it's like Mr. Smith, right? In the Matrix, just jumps
He's
in
like
to
the
your
biggest
mom.
CGI, dog.
Mr. Smith
Now, hold
jumps into
about
your
that.
mom.
You try talking to your mom about existential existence, that ain't gonna happen.
No.
She wants you to do well, make something of yourself, get a job. You
Quit
know, like,
that.
do something with yourself. Like, what are you even
oh
thinking
my,
about these things? You need to do something with yourself.
Not
That
this
is
shit
that is the
again.
mother thinking.
man, my mom was scared for me when I decided to start my own business. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's
Why am I yelling so?
It's Mr. Smith
Weird.
jumping in. It's Mr. Smith jumping in your mom. You know,
No.
trying to pull you back
you,
into the Matrix.
that's the part I'm talking about. Like, it's just like certain things that, you know, you think like, okay, this is like the best thing to be doing, and then it's like the people that you love that's kind of like, you sure you want to do that? It's like, you know, like, don't you
And
want to
those are
just
the
go?
people.
Don't you want to just go rely on, you know, the government or the you know another business and just
No, not now,
Oh shit!
especially not the government.
What if
No,
all women are
no,
CGI?
not now, especially. Damn.
you just need to be a part of the system. Come on, just be a part of the system like the
And those
rest
are the
of us.
people that have the most influence on you. And in the movie, they could move in and out of any program that's hardwired to their system or whatever. So then when you thinking about growing and doing something spectacular, here comes Mr. Smith jumping
Here
into
comes the fucking devil, bro.
your
That's why I'm
wife.
afraid.
There you go. There you go. Instead of think of it like Mr. Smith, think of it like demons and the devil situation. And that
bro.
doesn't only even apply to just demons and devils. That applies to spirits. If you just want to
Oh yeah.
generalize,
There is
spirits will try to
Yeah.
manipulate you. Spirits can jump to others and manipulate them and manipulate your actions through that. Let's think
Honestly,
about
Chaka,
let's bring out all the religion stuff out of it. Spirits exist and they
spirits,
can jump and
they can be
manipulate
seen in
people.
orbs.
I 100% agree with you, biased man, and I say that all the time. It don't matter what you believe. You can believe or not believe. You can be an atheist or whatever. It don't even matter. Those demons or spirits or entities or whatever you want to call it will attach to your ass and manipulate you like a zombie robot.
They will, bro, and that's where
Yes.
I'm going. I feel like I'm going through that sometimes with the
Well, we
autopilot.
all
When I
got
my,
our, like, you know, when people
set my
say they
raps
got
to
demons in
autopilot.
them, we all got demons in us. It's unavoidable.
I
We're
honestly,
human,
on a religious
you know?
basis, like I do say, I'm expelling all demons
Well,
from it.
I think you know we all, you know, based on universal laws and principles, You know, we attract what, you know, we attract certain things to us. So based
Okay, that's
on,
also true.
So that thought alone attracted demons into me.
well,
Oh, jeez. Well, too much for you.
well, I mean, just because you have negative thoughts doesn't
I
necessarily
need
mean
some
that you have
weed.
a demon in you. It's more so that, you know,
Y'all are killing me. Go
I
ahead.
yeah.
I need my Muhammad and some weed.
But if your body is, you know, let's just say somebody who does a lot of drugs or drinks a lot of alcohol is more accepting of those negative
Holy!
spirits or
I just found
demons
weed.
and things like that. Because I mean, first of all, alcohol
Yo,
itself, they call it spirits. So
yo,
Well, that's why they call it spirits in the first place, right?
yeah,
yo,
so
guys, dude, I just said,
Oh,
look it.
shit.
I said I needed
No,
weed. I
no,
looked.
don't
Oh,
show shit like that, bro. It's because
I'm
we're
in
live.
Michigan. It's legal.
Whoa,
But
whoa,
it
whoa,
doesn't
whoa,
matter
whoa,
because
whoa.
I'm streaming, so it goes over states.
I just got us taken down. Good, because I'm a fucking idiot today.
That's okay. We're good for now. Go ahead. Just don't do that.
No, that was selfish. That was selfish. I didn't mean that. I was just so excited that I was like, I need weed. And then I look over.
That's why you do one of these when you want to do that. You go like,
I was wondering
and then
why
I
you
go
were
off
doing
and
that.
do my
I'm like,
shit.
man, this guy's really respectful. I suck, dude. I should have. No, look. It said, be careful who you collaborate with. Your Mars is in opposition with something. Fuck. I can pull it up, but literally,
Don't listen to astrology.
what's the sign?
Astrology is BS, man. Don't listen to that.
I'm Aquarius.
Aquarius. What does this say? Can you pull up Sagittarius?
Sagittarius.
Yeah. What does it
That's
say
my
for that?
mother. That's my mother's Sagittarius.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
I can't pull it up
Your
though.
Sagittarius is so
I'll
good.
X it out. Unfortunately, I don't have multiple devices on me right now.
Okay, that's nice.
I used to think it was nothing to that astrology shit because when growing up, my daddy used to say that shit was trash. Like you look in the magazine or whatever. Remember they used to have like the TV guide or whatever it was. It had the horoscope and like especially women would read it every day and you know and it would give them their daily horoscope and all that.
Yeah, I think
And
numbers are.
my dad was like, "That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That shit is trash."
Yo.
And you know, and
Actually, I have
do
clicked on 10 sites that were trash, but there is this one, bro. I promise you that it'd be right. It'd be right. It'd be right.
But as I've grown, I realized there's some truth in it because of the stars do affect us. We know that the moon, when it's closer, it affects us, right? We know these things. The seasons affect us. So the stars, the constellations, they affect us. So it's a real thing.
Oh shit! I got a message.
Hold on, wait.
Well,
If I
look,
can get
I'm
a
gonna
point
tell you
about the astrology.
Because I believe in it.
Well, you know, I'm gonna
No,
tell
go
you.
ahead,
I think the numbers. If you know somebody that can actually read your numbers, that tells you a lot because I mean, synchronicity
Tells you a lot.
Yeah, synchronicity plays a big factor in, you know, how we make moves and you know we're doing stuff every day, but based on the way you know, let's just say your name, the you know, like however they calculate all those different factors,
I agree with that.
does say a lot.
I agree with that.
The thing is nothing is definitive, and that's the issue when you try to fortune tell or go at astrology or readings or birth signs.
No.
All those things are just very generalized and so broad that they can mean so many different other things that you really can't finger point when or if those things are going to happen and fall into place. And I think knowing those things and trying to anticipate those things might jam up your own destiny because you're trying to anticipate certain things instead of just living the life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess if you're you know, depending on your discernment, because there's certain things that you know you don't have control over, but if you understand that there are certain elements at play that sometimes you can choose to, you know what, I'm not gonna play today, or you know I'm gonna put myself in a position You know what I'm
No,
saying?
yeah,
I'm gonna, you know,
yeah.
if your energy is a lot higher for that day, you make sure whatever it is that you're focused on, you can put yourself in a better position to capitalize on it. So I mean, it really just kind of depends. You know, I don't think that it's gonna ever tell you anything specific, but it can put you in a certain state of mind to understand that okay, this is a good day for you. This is your
True,
moderate day.
true.
This, that, and the other. So, I think that's where it helps out the most.
But I think that
Sometimes you just be like, I can't do this shit today, and you know you don't because
I
something's
think,
going to happen, and you feel it. Like I believe that.
yeah. And I was gonna piggyback on what Bias was saying. Is like it's about how you feel, because the way you feel can reconfigure that whole thing, the whole constellation. Because the universe is mind anyway, right? At the end of the day, the universe is mind. So then that's our imagination. So then it's our feelings is how we create. That's how we give our creations life,
Oh,
right?
manifestation is a bitch. Manifestation is real. That
Yeah, it
is
is.
true.
Law of attraction, brother.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but the mind lets off certain frequencies. So
Oh shit.
yeah,
Seems
you
like
know,
manifesting rap in my shit.
if you're in touch with yourself enough to be able to, you know, respond or act or react based on the different feelings, because some of these frequencies are going to be kind of just it's not going to be a heavy feeling for you to say like you kind of in between. So in times like that, if you're really trying to make a tough decision, those numbers could help you out. That's all. I mean, I've done it before, like had somebody do a numbers reading for me, and I'm gonna tell you, man, like
Yo, guys.
it helps.
And that was
I
the
ain't
thing.
sure.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, man. I hear you then.
I got to get my sex
Hey.
appeal on, right?
But it's all about what type of belief you have. I mean, if you don't believe in it, you're not gonna lean so much toward it. But I mean, for me, I'm very spiritual. I
swear, did y'all
think
do a
there's
outfit
a
change?
lot of the unseen
I gotta
I
go.
believe in. So
I'm jamming up the podcast, guys. I'm terrible today, and you want to know why I keep saying it? I keep manifesting it. I lack
Little Red
fucking
Riding Hood.
to do the podcast. I'm interrupting. I'm loud. I'm screaming. I've never screamed like this. I don't even know why I'm screaming.
He say you look like Little Red Riding Hood, bro.
See, I'm the wolf. Because that's why would I want to be the wolf? That's like
Why? Nah, that means you gotta stay now. We need the wolf. We need a wolf in the.
He say he's a sheep. He's a sheep in wolf coat. I mean,
I rap about that too, and then I get to thinking the devil has a spell on me.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, wait, are you on the Twitch and stuff? Like, send your YouTube to me, man. I want to hear some of your music. I'm into that.
It's at Thrillerman Instagram. Hey, where'd he go?
He probably lost him. It happens when people's phone die and stuff like that.
Oh shit! Yeah, I feel really bad. I kept interrupting, man. I've always loved his presence on your podcast. Shit, I was kind of nervous because I was seeing him, talking to him.
Yeah, because
hey, Bias, where are you from, bro? I love your energy too, dude. I love it. It's like something we needed.
Tell us something about your Bias, because you're new to the channel. We and you could be a regular, bro. I do this on Monday, Wednesday, and what is it? I'm sorry, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah. Man, I'm up for this. I love this kind of conversation. Everybody's real cool here, and I really appreciate that. Like, a bit about me. Born and raised in Hawaii, moved to Nevada, house burned down. Now I live out in the bumfuck middle of nowhere out in fucking.
That's crazy.
70 miles out of Vegas in some bullshit town. But I like it. It's okay.
But isn't that awesome?
I lived in California for a little bit, and that was cool, you know. It got too expensive. I couldn't afford to live there, honestly, and that was the real problem.
A lot of people say that. Wait, so you are in a country like a rural area, like
Yeah, I live in like a town. Like there's 25,000 people here. Period.
But you could tell that
I like the country. I love it out there,
I
man.
love the
because
country, bro. We
It's
need to
more
move to the
simpler.
country.
I bet you it's people out there growing food and shit out there too, right? Like,
Of course.
yeah.
If I could, I'll be trying to get like make some chickens. They said we can't grow nothing in the desert, so I mean you can get some chickens. That's about it. Chickens, some cattle.
You have a
you could probably do potatoes.
You have a Colorado.
Yeah.
You have a Colorado-ish. I feel like I'm getting a fucking or like a Colorado-ish vibe from you.
Fair enough. I never met a lot of people from Colorado, but I like people from Colorado. I like
This
that
is
the weed
beautiful
was
landscape.
legalized there first, and they do have beautiful landscape actually. I have been to Colorado. I can't say I've been to Colorado because most I've been to Colorado like 3 days visiting a friend out there. All we did was smoke a bunch of weed. They showed me how fucking beautiful everything
Or
was.
just
and
somewhere
really-
with beautiful landscape because you say
Yeah.
somewhere out in the desert. You know, it's kind of mundane.
No, I don't mind that. I like mundane.
You do like that?
You know,
Well, nice to
I've
meet
been,
you,
I've
bro.
got the extremes.
Well, nice
I've
to
been,
meet
I lived
How-
in Hawaii.
how
I've seen all
private
that
channel?
beautiful shit. I like some desolate now. I don't know what
I feel
to
you.
say about that.
Go to go to
How-
Egypt next.
How did you stumble over the channel?
Yeah.
I just no.
That's
I
why.
honestly like. I used to go to that chatting section, and then all it is a bunch of like chicks with like fucking. They're really hot. They got great
All
tits.
sex.
They dress skimpy, and then you go to talk shows and podcasts, and like you actually get some conversation, and that's why I like this section. You know.
Because you're here for sex, damn it.
I'm not here for sex, dude. I said that's the reason why I transitioned to the talk shows and podcast section. Is because just chatting was only just a bunch of chicks selling sex. I knew that.
I was just
I
making fun, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Yeah, well, nice to meet you. I'm glad that you joined the channel, bro. Appreciate your
Yeah, man.
comments and thoughts and opinions, man. And like I say, I want this to be inclusive. I want people to come here. Hopefully, we can build a community. You know, really, I want to build like a community of activists. I want to kind of educate people and ignite their fire and get them to go out in their community and really make a difference because there's problems all around this world and we're waiting for governments or leaders or whoever to do it. And it's not going to happen that way. The only way it's going to happen is if we actually go out there and actually try to make things change and help each
Bro,
other.
media controls it, bro.
It's all
Media
about
ain't
connection.
gonna
It's
do
all
it.
about spreading a message, man. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Because they got the market. You know, we're conditioned to watch the news, bro. We're not conditioned to watch your channel, but we should be conditioned to watch your channel because fuck the news. It's a bunch of fucking sex-oriented shit. Look at all them hot girls up there doing their little sexy
Oh, the news?
shit.
I don't know. I didn't
I ain't
see any
gonna
hot
lie.
girls on no Fox.
That's
CNN,
so funny
MSNBC.
because
No, see,
I ain't gonna lie. Some of the news shows I totally watch because of the people. And y'all ever saw that movie Idiocracy? And like in Idiocracy, they was kind of making fun of Fox News, and like the guy didn't even have a shirt on, and he was all buff, and he was like
oh, yeah,
flexing
okay,
while
well,
he was talking. The chick had on like a quartet or whatever you call that, corset or whatever, boobs all pushed up.
Maybe that's the reason point of the game.
Hey,
It's just to
that
have
movie's
good-
free on
good-ass
YouTube
sex.
right now with ads. You can watch the ads. Just saying.
The whole idea of the
If you want to
weather
rewatch
girls-
that movie.
Yeah, the whole idea of the weather girl came from that kind of thing.
The weather girl, man, she gotta have them boobs. She gotta be up there. She gotta be ready to get fucked.
All right, don't have to be so dramatic, but yes, okay.
But-
you got
That's the truth. That's the truth. She gotta be looking ready.
Guys, I don't know about
Yes.
y'all, but it's time for me.
All right, man. Peace and
And
love,
look,
man.
we're at the 4-hour mark.
4 hours.
but-
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry. I will redeem myself. I promise.
Maybe I get a chance to see y'all guys tomorrow.
Fair enough. Hey, wait, I gotta ask one question. Where you gotta head to, Ogun? Where you gotta drive to? Because I mean, obviously, if you're doing shipping, you going state to state.
Yeah, I do run state to state. I'm at a receiver right now, so I have a delivery that they could call me any moment, really. but I'm
Okay.
in Mississippi. And
Oh, you're in the truck right now.
I picked up this load in Kentucky. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
I
you
love
just
that.
got to sit there and wait for that.
You ever-
I dig that.
you-
But
you
that's
ever go
like
to
the kind of
Michigan?
thing I want to get into, to be honest. Like I said, I'm trying to
What
get my
would you say,
CDL. I got a program in Nevada that's going to teach me how to do that kind of stuff. That's the route I'm trying to go. You know,
Do
deal
you
with
know
less
of
people.
National NASTA? I think it is National Association of Show Trucks, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I've always wanted to go to some of those truck shows and stuff like that.
Dude,
But,
they're a riot.
I've heard. Yeah, I heard they're real nice. You know, like nice trucks and
And good times.
fun times. Yeah.
Sex.
I'll get a chance to go. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of that going around.
No, it is just a good
Right.
atmosphere.
No,
I thought the truck revival was just a bunch of
lollyism.
cocaine and hookers. That's what I was
No,
trying to
no,
look for. Maybe not.
yeah,
Well,
no
I'm playing. Yeah, I'm playing.
I used to have to do, man. I used to have to paint the friggin' 18 wheelers, the stitching of them, burgundy. That was the color of the show truck we had, burgundy, not red, burgundy. Everything it had to be burgundy. I'm like, no, it's red. I was a kid.
All right, y'all. Look,
And chrome.
it was fun. It was fun.
Lights.
So I'm gonna be out of here.
All right,
Hey man, it was a pleasure.
Peace.
I want to say that I've been watching you on his channel a lot, and I really enjoy when you come on the channel, man. And I was kind of nervous to be on the channel with you.
Appreciate it. No need to be nervous, man. I'm just another dude.
Thank you. I'm just in a nervous state too, but no, I wish our first interaction would have been way better, or not first, but you know what I mean.
And I
There's nothing
appreciate
wrong
you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Pat, on the channel too. Just like what he's saying, I really do.
I'm glad to be here with you guys.
Heck
Hey.
yeah, man.
All right, fellas.
Thank you for all the information, for real, because I am going into that program. My dumb ass is about to be driving one of them big ass trucks pretty soon, about 6 months. So,
Well, maybe
where I go from there.
Well, maybe if Pat come back tomorrow, we can talk more about the trucking stuff and give you some more. I'm sure he can give you plenty of information.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna peg you too much for that kind of information because I don't want to be like an annoyance with that. But fair enough. I appreciate that.
this is what I do every day. So I mean, if I can help, if you got any questions you come up with, I'll be more than happy to answer. I mean, that's really on any subject. If the subject arises and I have some information I can share, I'll definitely throw it out there.
All right. I appreciate that 100%.
All right, y'all. Well, y'all have fun. I'll talk to y'all next time.
All right, have a good night, Pat. Be safe.
Oh yeah.
Be safe. Take it easy. Have a beautiful night.
Take that thing off your head, Thriller.
I can't.
Just kidding.
Little Red Riding Hood. The wolf gonna come
man.
eat you, bro.
I don't know. I was kind of into it. It looks a little small in your head, though. I'll say that much. That's all I can say. It looks a little small in your head.
Shit,
Yeah.
man. Whew.
That
This channel's
spirituality
getting me in
shit.
trouble.
What's that?
This channel's getting me in
Hey.
trouble because I'm gonna rewatch this. I know that, and I'm gonna be like, man, why?
You're
did I
right
say
though.
that?
You're right though. You see when you throw it, you gotta take the hoodie off, man. Too fresh
I
up
gotta
over
sit up
here. You know what I
straight.
mean? Too fresh. Gotta keep it right. You gotta keep it nice and clean and top there. For the camera.
I've been wearing it.
When was the last time you got a haircut?
Oh, bro, I need
Don't
one.
ask me that. It's like fuck.
The last time I got a haircut, I went Britney Spears and just shaved it.
Oh yeah.
It was messed up. I don't know why I did that. I was like, oh, I know why. That's right. Because I dropped my clippers trying to do a weird angle. I didn't have a way to see in my back, and I was cutting my own hair because I thought I could, because I watched like a YouTube video or something on how to cut hair. And then I dropped it straight down, and they're like, "There's no way to fix it. There's like this huge gad in your head, you know what I mean? So like, we got to shave it all off." Remember that? Chaka knows. It was embarrassing.
I never shave my head all the way off. I look like a goddamn monk.
You know, they say that hair could be antennas to the universe. The Nature Boy said that.
What was that?
The Nature Boy, he has this theory, which is kind of interesting, that like hair is antenna, almost like an antenna of your thoughts. So like the more hair you have, like the more powerful your thoughts are. Or not like, you know what I mean?
Interesting. That's an interesting concept.
Like it's like,
No,
you
no,
know,
no,
like
no.
bunny
I've heard
ears,
that
you know,
too.
like bunny ears on a TV.
It's kind of like why, like I've heard like on the opposite end, like, you know, like all those fortune teller people, like the women, they got to put their hair up in a bun because then it makes it more successful to like receiving that spiritual knowledge. Like that's what I
They
heard.
still have that long
I don't know
hair,
how
though.
true that is.
I don't
And
know.
all of the religions, most of them have a thing with hats
With the
and
hair, yeah, really, and the
being up and like up during the day, down at night, or maybe only your husband can see it, and all these different
Man, women have it rough out
really
here.
specific, yeah. Really
In the past.
specific.
Not nowadays. Women nowadays, in America at least, have it easy compared to the past. Fuck, that would have
Oh
sucked.
yeah, definitely to that. Somebody did a little poll where they're like, well, how do you feel like women are oppressed in America? In fact, that's like what we're talking about right here on the topic of like the first topic I came in on was women rights is human rights. Yeah, we talking about equality. That's 100%. Yes. America
We're
has it
just now
slightly
getting
better,
to
but
equality.
the rest of the world is not even on the same level as America is in terms of women's rights. And
You're
that's
right.
another thing we need to acknowledge. So I
'Cause
totally understand where we're
they're a
coming from with
property
that.
to their
Damn
husband.
right.
Right here in Texas, they just passed a law that women can't have an abortion after 6 weeks or after the fetal heartbeat has been detected. And pedestrians, anyone can sue the woman or people who helped her to have an abortion. It's, you know, and that's just what it is. It can't, that's the law that came in.
You know, I don't support abortion anymore because after I'm not gonna. Someone close to me was gonna get one, and after watching the child grow up, and just thinking,
Excuse me, real quick.
after watching the child grow up, man, I can't believe that there was a chance that this child is so special to me. There's a chance that she would have never existed. Are you fucking
Well, I
kidding
mean,
me?
if we're talking about that, I mean, if they're already basically formed and ready to come out, obviously, you're
But
not
no,
gonna.
they would be. They would be. No, they're going to be though, man. They're like, you're pregnant.
Okay, you're talking about an eventuality then, in that sense.
No, meaning
Right,
like,
right.
okay, so someone was gonna get an abortion,
Yeah.
and it was like hell. It was a legit. Okay, I'm gonna get an abortion. Last minute, I'm not getting an abortion. And after watching the kid come into life, and like this kid would have never existed, and it was like, how the hell could I couldn't even live without the kid. So I was like, I'm trying to imagine my world without the kid. So I was like, dang, abortion fucking is evil. No abortion, fuck abortion.
It's
I don't give
definitely
a fuck.
It's
Fuck
definitely
abortion,
a
I don't
touchy
give a fuck.
subject. It's a touchy
Well,
subject.
yeah,
Well,
it's a touchy subject. What do you got to say? What's a definitive for you, King?
The thing is, first off, I think that women should be the ones mostly involved in making those types of decisions.
Yes, I
And
agree.
it shouldn't be taken lightly.
No.
But it needs to be legal just because women are going to do them anyways. And for the safety of the mom, it needs to be legal.
It's selfish. You're not ready for the kid. I don't give a fuck. The kid's here. You're pregnant. It's selfish. I don't give a fuck. You decided. The universe decided there was a kid.
What
You're
if it was
killing a
rape?
person.
What
You're killing a
if
person.
it
I don't
was
care if
rape
it's 1
or
week old or 100 years old. It's a person.
what if it was rape or incest?
Oh, rape?
What if it's rape or incest? There you go.
Rape
That's
or
also another
incest.
one of the
Now that's
debate.
then you can get an abortion.
But you see, look, but then that's the issue is like then you flip it all of a sudden because of a circumstance.
Well, I mean,
That
rape, you can't. Okay, well then, okay, if it's rape or what was the other one? Rape or what?
Incest.
Incest. I mean, incest. That's on you. I'm just thinking about rape. But okay, then you get put into a special program where you're automatically a millionaire when you're that kid, and the parents never get to touch them. Fuck them.
I don't know. Now we're going on to a different topic altogether about kids like that are put up for adoption. They get mistreated. Oh, the hell!
But they wouldn't need anything because they get the program. Like they're automatically something.
What government programs? What government programs do you know that work? That actually do it?
What government programs do you know that work?
I don't know, but
like, that sounds all great.
I need to
theory,
run the government. Dude, I'm starting to think that I'm the president in the future because I'm starting to feel it. Like, I'm gonna fucking run for president because I need to. I'm not gonna let my nation fall apart. My mom's family came over on the Mayflower. They were the first doctor of the colony. They were the first Edward Fuller was the captain of the ship. So we basically helped create the Mayflower I'm drawing a blank. But it was the doctrine, the Mayflower compound or doctrine or whatever the fuck it's called, which shaped the United States Constitution. That was like the rubric they wrote it on. So this is my nation, damn it.
I wouldn't say that too loud because the
natives.
The natives might
let it go to shit.
The natives might
kill the
come for you.
Indians. They didn't kill the Indian or the Native Americans.
The natives might come for your head, bro.
Yeah, I was about to say, like the people already here might have something to say about that one.
No, because I'm open for a popular vote, and I'm gonna make sure it's not rigged, and I'm gonna actually address everything instead of fucking talking aimlessly for 45 minutes and not accomplishing shit. Oh, blah 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 blah. Fuck the fucking house. That's not it. It's the people. Nothing about the house. It has no fucking electoral college. Nothing. I'm getting rid of it. Fuck them.
You see, like I'd go the opposite end. Like I ain't even trying to be no president, no senator, no nothing. That sounds like some old bullshit. I'd rather take some money out of my paycheck to maybe like every Christmas or Thanksgiving go and like drop off food to people randomly on the street and stuff like that. That'd be my mentality.
If I'm the president,
damn well.
If I'm the president,
you're gonna have more impact just giving somebody a turkey.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not the president as you think the president is.
Because man, the president, the senators, and the governors, they ain't doing nothing for the people. They ain't doing nothing. Filling their pockets.
This is what I'm gonna do.
That's
hear me out. Hear me out. This is the thing.
Okay.
We're gonna have the people create things to vote on, and they're gonna vote on. The masses are gonna vote on. It's just gonna be the TV. I'll never deliver a speech. I'll never even step in front of it because I'm not the president. All I am is just gonna. This is what I'm gonna put in place, and then there won't be ever a president. There's no president. There's no
dictatorship.
No, it's the people. It's the people.
I'm playing with you. I get what you said.
All it is a vote on the TV screen. What comes up is already voted on. What's gonna come up, and then the masses vote on what should be in America. There never is a guy. There never is any other thing than a vote. Fuck the president.
I kind of agree with that a little bit because I in some ways I'm like an anarchist, and I really think that if people are happy and they have everything that they need, society don't have a lot of problems, and people are kind of gonna get along. You're gonna have tribes and groups and whatever, but people make their laws on their own, and it's already like that. I was talking about it in another video about how communities kind of decide on the rules of that community, kind of like the homeowners association, and they abide by these rules because they are all agreed to them, and that's just kind of
Oh no.
Right, but that all sounds
How
good
it
in theory.
works.
But let me
Like,
tell
you
you
don't
about the
even need like the
homeowners
company commerce.
association in Nevada. It's all fucked up.
Oh, I
It'll
hate the
just be like
HOA.
this.
I
The
hate them
only
with a
time
passion.
anyone intervenes on the vote is a red alert from the military, and then it'll pop up another vote. Do we go to war? The people decide. There's no president. There's no electoral college. It's just a toll. It's just a vote. There's no people up in the fucking house. Blah, blah, blah,
But
blah,
you
blah,
know,
blah.
but
Right,
listen,
left,
that's the
blue,
reason
red.
why they set up the government the way they did, was because they was afraid of mob rule. They was afraid of
It should be in the people. It shouldn't be in anything else.
they was afraid of demagoguery. They was afraid of personalities. Because like Trump. Imagine if Trump was the one that, like, and we had this going on, and then he was the one who was leading everybody, you know. Well, who knows what would have happened? That's what I'm saying. That's what they were afraid of. Some charismatic guy, because you see how impressionable people are, right? They easily
Yes.
follow. So somebody with some charisma and a little
So
bit of
we
knowledge.
eliminate it.
How?
Eliminate it. Eliminate
How?
the one guy that we're. Why does it gotta be one person?
But
Or
how do you
female?
decide that? How do you decide who that person is? You can't
There
just
is no guy. It's just a vote. It's on the TV. Everyone has to
no.
vote.
But there's people who organize people, so somebody's gonna organize and get people all like, you know.
Right. Somebody's gonna go ahead and manipulate those
The
people
whole fucking
to go
place.
towards that one person,
Here's what I'm finding.
even if it's not the
fucked.
right person.
All the
And that's
fucking
just any kind of
populations are
election.
herded in these cities, right? If you look at how fucked up our shit is, the cities are rigged. That's where the masses come in the most weight. So you're rigging the system. The system is broken. All the other places, the townships where the masses aren't, they voted a different way. But all the big cities are a completely different color because they're rigged by the shadow government, dude. And they're fucking everything up. It just shouldn't be. It shouldn't be fucking rigged. It shouldn't be like a blue or a red thing at all. It should be a yes or a no. Do we do this? Yes or no? And then you
I don't
click
know
the
what
button, yes
political
or no.
affiliations you guys identify as, but I'm actually like, I don't really bother with that. The
I never
closest thing
got
I come
political
to
until
is
tonight.
like, closest
But-
thing I can get to politics is being a libertarian, which is basically everybody do what you like, freedom, period.
That's how I think it should be, man. It should be the
Yeah,
people. I
I
don't know why
can't
we have
fit-
these clown shows on TV just fucking everybody up.
Yeah, I don't fit in any of those ideologies. I talk about that on my channel all the time. I
Okay,
think
fair
that
enough.
really, I really think that nobody really does, and they just create these boxes and kind of
There
push
you go.
you
Yeah.
into them. So, you know, nobody, like I say, nobody is conservative without being liberal. Like you can be socially conservative and economically liberal, or socially liberal and economically conservative, you know, and everybody is like a mix of that stuff.
Exactly.
So,
That's what I was saying. I was just trying to, like, if I had to go and like put the stupid label on it, that's the closest I would.
I have
be,
an out.
because I don't want a label.
I have
I don't want a label. We don't need
I
those
have-
kinds of that kind of bullshit in our lives.
that's the boxes. That's the boxes that they make us put in. You know, one thing I think about a lot, I think about boxes all the time. I think about how we kind of live in a box. When we go to work, we're usually in a box. Like the car we drive in is kind of a bit of a box. Like,
Guys, I'm so sick of the
we're
world.
in a universe of fucking
I'm so
boxes.
sick of it.
I am so fed up. I've never been so pissed at fucking. I turn on the TV. I see there's a bunch
Yeah,
of fucking
the TV is a
clown
box.
shows.
The TV is a box.
I go down the street and everyone's so fucked up from the clown show that they're just active impulsively and fucking trying to manipulate some kind of sex throughout the day, dude. I'm so sick of everything.
Our phone is a box. We're you know, they try to put us in boxes mentally and in categories. The school system tries to put us in a mental
The
educational
school
box.
system just a big sex show, popularity contest. They don't teach you shit.
Popularity contest. They don't teach you shit. The
They
same
don't.
could be said about college. No. Take it back.
Trade school
Popularity
is different.
contest in the
Trade-
regular
like a-
school, and then when you go to college, it's indoctrination. That's what
College
it
is seriously the biggest sex show ever. College, I went to college. I didn't learn shit. I networked and had sex and tried to be cool.
Yeah. Oh fuck! You killed me. There we go. I
I'm a
can't argue
student
with
now.
that. That's what happens when I went to college.
I'm a student now, and I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot of damn distractions, bro. And in Houston with the weather, and I don't know, everybody is dressing less and less, I guess. I don't know. And then a lot of people haven't been able to go out because of the the pandemic and everybody
Right.
being locked up. And now people are like dressing extra, like going the extra
Those
mile.
those girls went from wearing fucking long dresses down to their pants to wearing it up to their clit. And then they don't even wear pants. They're not a dude. You ever see fucking jeans on a girl? No, they look like a soccer mom. They wear they wear skin tight shit. They want to get fucked. I'm calling everybody out. I'm sick of it because I'm sick
Yeah,
of
and that's
I'm
if
sick
you're
of
like
taking this
easily
fucking
susceptible
slave-ass
to like
fucking-
doing it. then
I
guess
love
that's the
sex and
case.
shit. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's fucking a big ass sex show and a bunch of clowns. It's a bunch of clowns trying to like be popular and shit, and be like it's all devilish shit, and we're all gonna be fucked, man, because we're not losing track of being like in control because the world is gonna catch up with us. We owe trillions of dollars. The whole world's gonna nuke us, dude.
I'm getting tired. I'm about to wrap it. And what's your final thoughts? Final thoughts.
I need to take
My
a nap.
final thoughts is like, man, just be yourself, be right, be moral. Don't worry about anything else, man. Be good. Be good. You be good. Don't worry about everybody else. You be good. That's
I
it.
like that.
Can't
Be
even
good.
control
You be
it.
good. Period.
I like that a lot, man. That's beautiful. That's poetry right there.
That is nice, man.
Thank you.
I agree with that, actually, man.
It's not poetry. It just should be.
Be good. Why do people be bad? For what? Because they haven't had enough attention. They felt like what? Like I noticed that like serial killers, right? Because I watch this fucking show every day that it defaults on. They have problems with their mother. A lot of them, or something to do with a child traumatic experience like molestation or something. But most of them are males that have been in some way with their mother. So that goes into the female attention thing. So all of us men, all we want all day is female attention, and we're just walking around with our dicks swinging, trying to be cool. It's like, nah, bro, stop being cool. We need to get on the mission because
You must
the
have
world's
read-
passing us up.
You must have read some Freud. I think that's Freud. That's in psychology. But that dude was a pervert and he was demented. I think that some of his ideas are useful, but you cannot go too deep into that shit. Talking about every man wants to have sex
Not
with his
every man.
mom.
I like to call it antiquated. I think the
Oh wait,
word.
no, not sex with your mom, not sex.
That dude was twisted, bro. I can't even remember it. I didn't try to erase that shit out of my head. They done made me read a million books on his ass.
No,
That
because
dude was
I have my buddy over here, right? And he told me some shit when he was a
They're
kid.
in the school right now. They did.
He told me some shit when he was a kid that somebody slipped off something, and the kid fell off the thing. It was like a 20-foot drop. He hit his spine on a metal pole, and he was like, he died. The kid died, but they were like, no, oh shit. The guy was like, no, I was being accused of pushing him off. So I was like thinking, okay, about my friend, and I'm looking him in the eyes. I'm like, he has talked about his mother too, and he has expressed how he like literally freaked out and like blamed his mother for everything. I'm like, well, I'm sorry you had a shitty mom when I said that. But then I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, shit that reminded me of that, and that was just last night. So that's why I brought it up.
Okay, that's it.
But anyway, with the whole dick thing, man, I'm walking around here wondering what I've been doing. It's like, man, I've been spinning my wheels, trying to be fucking cool and like big dick swinging and trying to get these girls. It's like, man, I need to stop. Like the whole rap thing too. Why do I want rap? Well, I just want like the hottest girls and shit. Well, now I'm facing the whole fucking devil up in. Now I gotta.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I still need to hear some. I still need to hear that mixtape, bro. You post that on the Twitch chat.
It's dropping
9/21.
It's called One, because I one taked it. It's 11 songs in one take. I hit record.
Well, I mean, you can tell me that, but give me the link. I want to hear it, man. I'll listen.
It comes on 9/21 on Dat Piff.
Oh, I gotta wait for it to come out.
You can see two. You can see 2 teaser songs on my Instagram.
Okay, where's that at then? Give me the link for that. Because honestly, man, I love music. I'm also willing to check out people with music.
Hey,
so
man.
Post that in the.
It's
the
called,
Twitch.
it's THRI 11 1 of 1.
THRI
That means I'm 1 of 1.
What?
Unique. Everybody's unique. 1 of 1. Okay, so THRI 11 A, like Thriller. So I replaced the L's with ones because I don't want to lose. I take no losses. Kind of, and when I'm 1 of 1, it's just a play on the name because I don't want it to be signifying. And what do we do shit for? Like we do it for the thrill of it, right? You know what I mean? I don't want to be fucking Mike Jackson. I'm not the Thriller. And Quincy Jones wrote that shit, and he was singing about something else. I don't even know, but he never said, "I'm the Thriller." No, he never said that shit. He's like, "Thriller, you don't know what you're doing," or whatever. So I'm not trying to be Mike Jackson, okay? I'm not. Everyone's gonna ask me about
just
that.
like on the screen, it says Thriller Man on the screen.
Yeah,
That's what
just
it
like
is?
that. Actually, yeah, better. I'm a rookie with this podcast shit. I'm sorry I'm getting so like freaking violent. Not violent, but like aggressive.
Wait, so it can be clear for the viewers and for everybody. So it's at Thriller Man on Instagram. Is that what it is?
Yeah. But these podcasts need to stay separate to my Instagram because I'm not ready to like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna like help you grow your channel, but my Instagram, I have my business account and all my business people with if this music shit fails, you know what I mean? At least I can bounce back. I don't need Johnny Dang watching the podcast, bro. For real.
Hey, you know what we can do tomorrow? If you can, I don't know if you have files that you want to play or whatever. Maybe I can upload them and I can play some. I was thinking about making my channel kind of like a radio station sometimes, and like unsigned music, up and coming artists, they could come to the channel and play their music, and it'd be like a radio station for independent
That's
music.
a full-time thing, bro.
Well, I'm not, you know, hey, I got my schedule, so it's going to have to be within that. And
actually, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But I feel like with defining routine and Shaka is a light worker. I just want everyone to know. This is light work. Not, you know what I mean? He's beaming light into you guys and wisdom.
I try, man. I do what I can. I tell everybody, just do what you can. So that's what I do. I do what I can. So, and so if you want to play some of your stuff, or if you want me to play some of your stuff, just send it. Maybe send it.
I want my music to be separate from your light work because it's very fucked up. My music, and I'm suffering. I told you I was suffering, bro. I feel like the devil.
I think it's all fucked up with the music. Makes me even want to kind of hear it more. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. Like
I get it. You don't want to mix the energies. I totally get it.
I don't want to mix the energies, man. Because your energy is pure right now, and I'm not trying to have my music corrupt that shit.
All right, y'all, man. I'm finna wrap it, bro. Peace and love. I'm gonna do these things Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Definitely.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, starting at like 10:30 or so.
Guys,
I'll be doing them every week.
I just want to say this: not everybody is ready for this shit. I want to say that I've had a ripple effect in like 4 people lately with my speeches, and I've even kept them up and stuff. and I kept on beating my light work into him, and he was so tired he totaled his car the next day. He almost died. I didn't let him sleep, so you gotta be mindful of shit. And then also, I feel like I influenced Brett a lot, man. And he a ripple effect happened. He gets run over. He's dead because he was crossing the street. He had got fired from his job, all this shit. But I had been talking to him a lot, and I feel like I had a ripple effect. And now I have my buddy, and I'm like fucking fucked up in the head about it.
Listen, don't blame yourself, man. A lot of things have happened in my past, and I've had
coincidence.
I've had those same feelings that it was me, or maybe I could have influenced it or whatever. But you can't blame yourself, man. You beat yourself up forever. It's not good for you. The people that are gone, how do you think they would want you to be? They would want you to live your life and be alive. You can't be alive when you're thinking like that. You know what I mean? You're going into the lower vibration, and your loved ones, anyone that cared about you, would want you to be alive. They wouldn't want you to be in a low vibration.
Yeah, definitely.
I just think that
unless you sacrifice them, in that case, you're just utilizing the energy.
I don't know if Brett stepped in front of the car because I kept telling him it's a game. He's like, well,
Damn.
what's out? What's out? Well, I feel like I told him this. I feel like I don't know if
Don't think like that. Don't think like that, bro. It wasn't your fault.
He just want out of the game.
That's what. Think about it that way. You know, we control our destiny, right? We create it. So he must have created that.
I don't know, man, but I'm pretty messed up lately. I've been going through it.
Hey, don't be blaming yourself for nothing. You know what?
On
me
top of
following
that, my
up on
grandpa
that,
passed away, and my uncle.
Don't worry, nothing happens out of place, friend. Nothing. Not a single goddamn thing happens out of place.
And then just to find out that my sister just had a huge thing removed from her neck, and my mom sent me pictures, and this has been eating me up because the pictures, she looks ill. And she's like, yeah, they're getting tested for cancer. And she has autoimmune disorder as well. My sister's young. She has 2 kids. So she's just starting her life. And it's like, she also had a thing removed, lump removed from her hand. And they're testing them for cancer and shit. And it's just like, I've been going through a lot. And now I'm trying to fucking get this music shit going. And I'm like, listening to my lyrics. And after I've done all this light work lately, I'm like realizing, whoa, bro, is this like devilish? Like, you know what I mean? You need to back and rethink everything. And I'm just like riddled with anxiety and fear. And now I'm starting to look at the TV, and I'm just so sick of the fucking puppets on the TV. And even the NFL and all the shit I used to love, like sports, that shit's even online. Everyone's like, it's rigged and all that shit. It's like, oh my God, dude, get me a fuck out of here, dude. Fuck.
I know it's hard, man. It's hard. A lot of us is going through it, you know, and it's tough times. You still got the pandemic going. A lot of us.
Pandemic? Fucking A, bro. It's like the end of the world. I want to live through the apocalypse, but I can't leave. I mean, I can't leave. I would never want to leave Earth. I want to live forever. But dude, I want to do something because the world sucks. I want to fucking.
Well, you know what you can do? Like I said, you can do better. You can be better. That's what you can do. That's what you can do. You can be better. You can treat people better. You can be better. That's all we can do. Every single one of us. You, every single one of us in the entire world. We can be better. That's what we can control. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Hell yeah. I felt that actually.
Yeah. All right, man.
Treat people better.
I'm gonna wrap it, y'all. Peace and love, you know.
Hey,
y'all
bro.
welcome to join. Y'all welcome to jump on there tomorrow, bro.
Just in case you have trouble finding me, brother, what's your Instagram? And I appreciate that comment too. I didn't get a chance to see who chimed in. I'm sorry, I'm freaking going through it. It's like I don't even know.
Peace and love to y'all.
Deshaun. Hey, Bias, what's your Instagram or do you not feel comfortable? He don't feel comfortable?
Just leave it under the leave whatever you want under the comments. I don't think you can put links under there because I got that blocked, but just leave whatever information on there.
Hey guys, I gotta say, stay tuned into the channel. This is a rough episode for me, but man, this is a great channel. And a lot of stuff gets talked about. A lot of stuff. And I'm so proud of, I'm so happy I got to meet you, Chaga.
Me too, bruh. I really am, and hopefully we can get this thing rolling into really becoming something.
I think it is. I feel it. I think we're all as humans just ready for this channel, you know what I mean? But at the same time, with that whole game thing, I think we need to back on that, because you even bring it up like, okay, well then maybe I just want to go shoot somebody, or maybe I want to get out of the game. I think we should just stop the game thing, man. For real. That's too heavy. And I brought it up. It's my fault.
Let me hit my little transition. All right, bro. I'm gonna wrap it, bro. Have a good night.